Oh, I didn't want to get out of bed. My butt was dragging. Oh, Lord, do I have to? And my wife was going to join me today. We were going to do supper afterwards.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to this August 22nd, 2024 special joint session of the Planning Commission and Board of Supervisors for Trinity County. We're meeting here today to talk about the general plan, and we'll get started here in just a second. But if you would, please stand and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. Okay, a couple of just administration items as we get started. The layout of the room is just slightly different here in that we have the planning commissioners have joined us up here so that they can be part of the conversation from this side. And the planning consultant teams are here. They will basically take us through pieces of the presentation. We will stop between segments, if you will, and we will start with public comment. So comment from the public, then we'll go to the planning commission, and then we'll come to the board. And Supervisor Gogan will be joining us. Supervisor Carpenter Harris is not able to today. And I happen to be double booked with another board assignment with the Nortec Economic Development, Workforce Development Group that I'm supposed to facilitate a session today. So at 11, I will be stepping out briefly, and Supervisor Gogan as vice chair will take over, and hopefully I'll be back in about 30 minutes. So with that, we will begin.
First off, I'll just say good morning, board. Good morning, commission. While we're looking to get the PowerPoint put up, this is one of I would say this is a pivotal moment in the general plan update process. If you've been following this effort, this has been about 3 years to get to today. And today, what we're going to do is we're going to work our way through an overview of the general plan policy document. And this is the whole purpose of a general plan, is what's before you and what is now out to the public, which is the guiding document looking forward the next 25 to 30 years for Trinity County to assist in facilitating discussions with the Planning Commission, decisions by the board, and expectations by the community as it pertains to land use, safety, circulation, and a whole host of other items that the state requires as part of a general plan update. So just to give an overview of the meeting today, we'd like to go over where the project has been and where we're going. This will be a refresher for those of you who have participated in the process thus far since the beginning. And for those who are new, this will give you a quick synopsis of what we're doing here as part of this update. We'll walk through some of the prior documents that were prepared in consultation with county staff, community members, the commission, and the board. We'll go through the vision and guiding principles, which serves as the overarching umbrella for the general plan that provides the direction of the policy document. And then we'll go element by element within the general plan. And I will state the general plan, this is a public review draft. I'm going to emphasize the word draft. This is the first step and the first release. I expect there to be lots of public comment. I expect there to be lots of input from the commission and from the board. And this document will forever be moving until it's adopted. And even from that point, the state allows each jurisdiction to modify a general plan up to 4 times a year. So this document by no means is set in stone. It's not uncommon to receive public comment up until the day it's adopted by the board, which at least right at this point, we're looking towards summer 2025. So just under a year left as part of this process. So to provide just an overview of where we've been, up on the screen here is just a snapshot of the project process and where we've gone. So we initiated the project back in early 2021. The bubbles shown in green, those include phases that are complete. So this is a 9-phase process. So we've gone through project initiation. We've done an initial evaluation of your zoning ordinance and amendments that need to be updated. We've gone through existing conditions and trends, which allows the consultant team to evaluate the county at a snapshot in time. And that's important because that sets the base for how we evaluate and create policy moving forward. That was facilitated through what's known as a background report, which I'll get into a little further detail later in the presentation. We then worked our way through a community vision and guiding principles. That was a community process. The community weighed in, expectations that should be covered in a vision, because all of the policy that is within the general plan policy document has to be consistent with that general plan vision. So it was imperative that meet the expectations of the community, the commission, and the board moving forward. Currently, we're in a few phases. So I have some red checks up on the screen. We're currently in the community plan phase, the housing element phase, the preparation of the general plan, and the preparation of comprehensive zoning ordinance. That is a mouthful. I will say that that's a lot of moving pieces that the county is currently working on in consultation with the consultant team. And so all of those pieces are moving forward right now. The general plan, what's before you today, is just one of those components out for public review. Following the release of the public review draft, which is before you, we'll start the environmental impact report. The EIR typically takes 9 to 11 months from start to finish. And when I say finish, that's a public review draft. So just like with the general plan, the environmental impact report slated to go out in the spring, we'll have a public review period where you can weigh in. And the environmental impact report looks at any implications or impacts that may arise from the implementation of the general plan. And it seeks to provide mitigation to offset any impacts that may arise from this. So that also is coming for public review. So keep an eye out. There's a lot to come. In phase 9, this is what we all strive for. We all strive for a successful plan and a successful adoption, which right now is slated for the summer of 2025. I will note that the adoption will include not only the general plan, it will include the housing element, certification of the EIR, and it also will include the comprehensive zoning code update. So a lot of work is going to go into that final piece. So just an open mind when that starts to come forward. A lot more documents are going to come for public review and a lot more opportunities to weigh in without expectations. So what is a general plan? I know this is the basics, but I figure this is a good time to revisit it. So a general plan, think of it as a blueprint for every community. The state requires it. The state of California requires every city, every town, every county to have a general plan. It's kind of like a constitution. It looks forward for 20 to 25 years. It's a long-range planning document, and general plans address a variety of different topics. These topics are mandated by the state of California, so there is a series of topics that every jurisdiction has to cover, and typically those are arranged in what we call elements, but think of them as chapters within a report or within a book. These chapters, as I noted, cover a broad range of topics, and I touched on them a little bit earlier in the discussion, ranging from land use. So what are the development standards? What are the allowable uses? What is the land framework for development moving forward? Touches on hazards and safety. How do you respond to natural and man-made disasters? Circulation. How does circulation work from a vehicle perspective, from a pedestrian perspective? How is that integrated to other transportation or circulation related plans? Every general plan has to cover a series of topics, but then each jurisdiction can have a unique aspect to their general plan. So beyond the mandated topics and elements, circulation, land use, safety, conservation, open space. Jurisdictions can have additional items that are unique to their area. And at the beginning of this project, the board provided direction that Trinity County bring forward 2 new topics that are optional. They don't have to be covered by every jurisdiction, but that it's pertinent to the county here. And those topics are economic development and community health. So there are 2 elements within the public review draft general plan that focus on those 2 topics. Those are not required by the state. Those are optional, and those were important at the onset of the project by the board. Overall, since this is a long-range planning document, the Trinity County General Plan really is the basis for looking towards the future. So it includes that community vision. Decisions, land use decisions, funding decisions that the board makes, they all have to be consistent with the general plan. So all the policy, the goals, the policies, and the programs in here has to be internally consistent, but then consistent with project applications come in and then other decisions. So this is a comprehensive document, and it's a pivotal document to make sure that it meets the expectations of the community and your decision makers moving forward. And the way I like to think of a general plan, if you've followed through this process, this should be a very familiar graphic. The general plan is general. It's in its name. It's that 30,000 foot level, looking at the overall policy that the county is looking to implement over the next 25 to 30 years. In this case, we're looking out to the year 2050. This is a 2050 general plan. A general plan then has several other components that implement it. So the general plan is the policy form. Then you have zoning. If you're familiar with the zoning code, that's your development regulations. Easiest way to think about that is whatever you can and cannot do on your property, or the permits that you apply for, or the processes that are reviewed, that's zoning. It's all the development regulations that go into parcel development. Your zoning implements the direction and the policy in the general plan. So wherever this general plan goes, the zoning goes with it. And the zoning is another process that we're currently working with the county on updating following this to make sure that they're consistent. From there, you have your subdivision maps. The subdivision ordinance implements zoning. And then lastly, this is where most people work with planning, and that's the building permit. So if you've ever had a building permit and you went in to build something, think about it. It starts with the general plan. Your project has to be consistent with the general plan, consistent with the zoning. If you're in a subdivision, consistent with there, and then we end up in the building permit stage. So that's pretty much the steps of the pyramid it takes. So you see the scale of what the county is undertaking here. So why update the general plan? Now we can have a whole study session on why to update the general plan, but we've pretty much narrowed that down to four bullets here. First, since the general plan was last comprehensively updated, it's been a very long time. Several of your elements were piecemealed over the years. Some of the latest ones were 2020 with the housing element. One of your oldest elements was last updated in 1973. So the general plan has not fully gone through a completed comprehensive update in quite some time. So as part of this, we need to ensure that the new general plan is reflective of new state law that's come up in the past 20 to 30 years. And that's to make sure that the county is legally compliant. Second, we need to make sure that the vision for community members now is reflected. So the vision of what the community thought 40 years ago is different from today. Maybe not as different as you may think, but perceptions and times do change. We want to make sure that the new general plan reflects that and the goals and policies back that up. It's important that a general plan has community engagement effort. Without community input, a general plan is hollow because it's based on what the community wants. So at the onset of this project, it was pivotal, and it was explained clearly that this needs to be a participatory community engagement process. The board wants the public to weigh in, provide feedback, so that when this makes its way up to the Planning Commission and the board, it reflects what the community is looking for over the next 20 to 30 years. And I'll go through some of the engagement that's been completed. And then lastly, provide streamlined review. So as part of this, there's an environmental impact report that analyzes the project, the general plan. That environmental impact report then acts as streamlined review for projects moving forward. So if projects are consistent with the general plan, they don't have to go through as rigorous review because the general plan already analyzed and mitigated any impacts that may arise from a project that's consistent with the document before you, which is important to streamline development moving forward in the county. So this is an exhaustive list of the completed community engagement so far. So we've had several rounds of stakeholder interviews based on the different components of the project. So the general plan, the zoning, and the housing element. There was a countywide board of supervisors kickoff meeting. We've had focus group meetings, over 6 community workshops, 18 community plan meetings, 3 joint study sessions, 6 board meetings, 5 planning commissions, goes on. We had a booth at the Trinity County Fair. So all of these meetings span over the last 3 years. I will say it's not the end of the meetings either. So there are more meetings to come as we get into the housing element, as we get into the zoning code. For example, there'll be study sessions with the commission and the board as we work through this document more to start to go through the community feedback that came in, and the zoning and housing element in their own right will have their own meetings. I do want to point out as well that there have also been a series of online exercises, online surveys, in addition to our in-person workshops that have gone live, especially as we looked at the community plans and how those are integrated and those boundaries are created. So there's been a lot of engagement. It's not done. Expect the next 9 months to be packed full with more engagement as we push toward an adoption date. So overall, the general plan was informed by several other components that basically built up to this stage here. And on the screen, I've pretty much highlighted the 3 big ones. There's the background report, which sets the existing conditions. It's a snapshot of the county. So we understand from a data-driven level where the county is, and that's our starting point for looking at policy moving forward. The background report also serves as the existing setting for the environmental impact report. And so when we start the EIR, we go back to the background report. That serves as the existing setting. And then we can move forward looking at the different impacts that may arise based on land use change or policy change, and then provide alternative ways to mitigate those impacts as part of that. The community engagement summaries, issues, opportunity summaries, those are key. That's where the public weighed in. Every workshop we have, there is a summary that follows it. So all the feedback is noted verbatim in those summaries. Those are all provided on the Trinity 2050 website. Those help guide where policy will go, and specifically where the community plan process will head. And then lastly, the vision and guiding principles. That was a rigorous process that went through community feedback, several planning commission meetings, and then board meetings. And that was at the end of last year. The board did adopt a overall county-wide vision statement, and then a set of guiding principles. I like to think of those as like objectives or themes that the general plan will need to be consistent with. So shown here on the screen is the background report. This was one of the first main reports that went out, serves as the base for the future analysis within the general plan. This went out in March of 2023. We did receive public feedback on that. Modifications were made. The report still is active. It's on the Trinity 2050 website if you're interested to look back at that. I will say that the structure of the background report does somewhat mirror the structure and direction of the general plan, and that's done for consistency purposes. So the same topics that are required in the general plan, we make sure are covered within the background report, and that too will be covered in the EIR. There was a 60-day public comment period on that document as well. Here's just a snapshot of some of the community engagement summaries. All of these too are online. Depending on the workshops, some of them were county-wide workshops just held in a few locations with repetitive meetings. Other ones were community specific. So all of that data and information collected and feedback collected is all posted there. A lot of the community engagement summary community comments that came out really formed a pathway forward for the community plans, which I can get into a little bit later in the conversation. And then lastly, the vision and guiding principles. This was one of our last big efforts before getting into the policy document. What I have here up on the screen is the board adopted vision statement for the 2050 general plan. What I'll end up doing is I'll read this plan vision statement, but I'm not going to read each of the separate guiding principles. I'll just have them up on the screen. But the vision statement states that Trinity County is a place where people can experience a fulfilling life in a peaceful rural setting while allowing for existing and new development to thrive in appropriate ways and locations. It is a place where employment, housing, world-class recreation, and cultural and natural resources opportunities are abundant, where there is a strong sense of community and family, neighbors support neighbors, and residents feel safe and secure. So this was compiled based off community feedback at multiple workshops, community meetings, planning commission, and the board. And this is the overarching umbrella for the plan. All of the goals and policies then back this vision up and are consistent with it. And I mentioned that there are a series of guiding principles. These guiding principles are themes and objectives. They basically set the groundwork from the vision, and then the policy tiers off of the guiding principles. And the way the guiding principles were created was just like with the vision statement. We gathered feedback, community weighed in on each of these, and then these were brought forward to the commission and the board. The difference with the guiding principles is these align with the topic areas that are within the general plan, just to hone in more on where the policy and implementation programs will end up. So shown here on the screen is a guiding principle related to hazards and safety. I'll leave this up just for a moment for those of you who are reading it. Guiding principle related to community health and health services. Land use, housing, and zoning. Mobility and infrastructure, also known as circulation. Watersheds and natural resources. This would get tied to the conservation and open space element within the general plan. And economic development. And this would get tied to the economic development element. And so just to reiterate, the vision and guiding principles that are before you, these are adopted into the general plan approved by the Planning Commission and by the Board of Supervisors last year. So before we take a pause, I do want to just discuss the community plan effort real quick before we get into each of the elements. So the community, if you've had a chance to look at the general plan online, you'll notice that online there's a coming soon and it says community plans. The community plan process was a late addition to the general plan update. Originally, that was supposed to be a land use alternatives portion of the general plan as originally specified back in 2020 before the project initiation. At the onset of the project, we received lots of feedback from the community stating, hey, we have a series of community plans, 5 of them existing. We think that those need to be updated as part of this process because it's pivotal that those align with the general plan as well. They're a guiding planning document. The feedback was brought forward to the board, and the board agreed with that direction and initiated a change in the project to fold in a community plan process. In addition to the 5 community plans, it was decided through a public process that there would be an additional 3 more that were added in, so a total of 8. So 5 existing plans would be updated, 3 new ones would be prepared as part of this effort. The community plan process is ongoing. You have not seen a public review draft community plan for the 8 communities specified because we needed to wait for the general plan to come out because the community plans need to be consistent, not only with the land use map or the land use diagram, but with policy and be consistent with policy. Currently, the community plans are slated for public review in 2 different sets. So the community plans, there'll be 4 workshops in mid-September and 4 workshops in mid-October. Each of those respective communities, the community plan will get released the week of the workshop. Think of the community plan as almost like a mini general plan. It has an existing conditions section. It has a vision statement that each of the communities worked out through 2 workshops. And then it'll also have some specific goals, policies, and programs tailored just to that unique community. So those are not applicable countywide. I do want to make note, though, that those goals, policies, and programs that will end up in each community plan are not duplicative of what's in the general plan. They're just consistent with what's in the general plan. So those community plans eventually will be folded into the general plan as an element. So to keep an eye out for that process. And if the commission or board has any further questions on that through this presentation, I'd be glad to answer that. There also is a housing element that is being updated. There's a coming soon on the website too. That's not included. Reason behind that, the housing element, yes, it is an element within a general plan, but the state mandates it on a completely different cycle. So typically general plans are updated every 20 to 30 years. Housing elements have to be updated every 8 years. They include a whole host of requirements from the state that have to be met within that time period. So currently the housing element is on a slightly different track. It has its own set of engagement, but once completed, it will then too get folded into this general plan. So you'll notice it's not there right now. It's just a separate document that has separate rules that the state has us abide by. So that concludes the overview of the general plan. I'll hand it back to the chair and we'll go from there.
Okay, thank you. So as mentioned, what we're going to do with each section is have an opportunity for public comment, then planning commission, then board. In this case, as was pointed out in the presentation, this is really sort of a summary of what we've already done, already approved, and we're about to get into the going forward. But we still want to provide that opportunity if there's something that the public or planning commission or board would like to bring up. So at this point, we'll turn to in the room public comment.
Morning, everyone. I'm Adrian Keys from Hayfork. Regarding the community plans, there were, I suppose, draft community plans submitted and circulated for comment here and there. So I think it's going to be, I would like to ask if it's appropriate to comment on the language that was in those and how they would, even if they're still in the draft form and are not included in this latest release, if it would be appropriate to refer to them as we move through the land use element specifically. Just, I don't know, obviously you can't directly answer because of the way these are formatted, but it's, I will say this, it will likely be referred to. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to think about that for a minute. Okay, any other public comment?
Good morning, John Brower from Junction City. So the kind of a mystery, the draft that dropped last week included commercial cannabis uses in both rural residential and ag zoning, but seems to not be in the current draft.
Chair, can I address that?
Please.
So, John, that's a correct statement. There was a short time period where there was some verbiage in the land use element descriptions that had some old definitions in there, old versions. The current version that is out there today, that was out there last night, probably 7 o'clock or so, is the correct version. So the version that's out there right now is correct. The intent is, from a staff perspective, as far as what we've landed on, is there will be no more new commercial cannabis cultivation in what is known today as rural residential designated areas. There is some additional definition and some expansion of the ag zoning or ag land use designation definitions to include parcel size restriction or reductions and some other definitions there. So that is the intention. That's the way the plan is set up right now. There's also what you'll become familiar with is a ag restricted definition. So that would be for those areas that are currently cultivating, currently have a license. Those parcels, if you will, would be designated as, or I'm sorry, that are currently in an opt-out zone. Those parcels would be designated ag restricted. So let me fix that a little bit. So all parcels currently in an opt-out area, the proposal is those would be ag restricted parcels. And then those parcels that are currently licensed in what is a rural residential right now, which is approximately 50% or so of the current licenses. That varies obviously because licenses come and go, but that's an approximate number. Those rural residential designated areas would be ag.
Let me just clarify. So what CAO Tuthill was just describing sounds to me more like zoning ordinance than general plan, but I'm hearing what John's saying and what Trent's saying. So can you clarify?
It's twofold. So in the general plan right now, commercial cannabis is permitted in RR in the general plan. The direction under the proposed general plan is to remove that remove commercial cannabis as allowed use in RR and have it be an ag use. So for example, designations that are RR that have a commercial cannabis operation would be redesignated from RR to agriculture. And in order to limit any further nonconformities by that, because your current agricultural land use designation has a 10-acre minimum. So if you've looked in the general plan, we've actually lowered that down to a 1-acre minimum. So it encapsulates all of those RR areas. So that now cannabis is seen as a agricultural commodity, an agricultural operation. Redesignating RR parcels to ag actually doesn't technically downzone or remove any applicable land uses and operations that are currently ongoing, because RR as it stands now allows agriculture and agriculture allows agriculture. RR as it stands now allows residential. Agriculture allows residential. It actually provides a safety net for commercial cannabis to be in an agricultural designation. And that is the way the state is heading, is looking at cannabis as an agricultural use and operation. So as part of this, the proposed general plan, and I do state is proposed still, is redesignating RR areas that have commercial cannabis as ag. The associated zone, that's still being worked out. We haven't gotten into the full zoning code yet. So the implementing zones that go from there, that's still a work in progress.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. John, did you have more that you wanted to say in your left of your 3 minutes?
Very problematic. This is very problematic. To make that change at 7 p.m. before today's meeting doesn't allow the public to digest the real changes afoot. This seems to have happened in a very sneaky, underhanded way.
Chair, may I comment?
Yes.
So that is not a true statement.
It's exactly what happened.
No, it's not. I explained why it happened. The public comment period is just starting. We have 60 days for public comment. This is not the only meeting. This is not the only time the public gets to
Rick
comment.
had just
We
said.
have 60 days.
Rick had
John,
just
John,
said.
you-
This
John-
is what
Public
staff. This is what staff
John.
has already decided.
John,
That is not what staff has already
That's what
decided.
can we please stop? John, if you want any response, then you will stop talking. If you don't want a response, finish and sit down.
Please continue, Trent. I'm sorry for interrupting you.
What you see that is proposed right now on the website is a draft document that staff has put together. There's a 60-day comment period that started on the 16th of August and runs to the 16th of October. there is more than adequate time to provide rational, thoughtful comments to this document. Today is not the only time to provide comments. This is not something that was done at the last hour. This is not something that is done in any type of backdoor or hidden or sneaky forum. That needs to be very clear. There is 60 days for the public, for you, for anybody else in the public to provide their comments. Every one of those comments will be captured, documented, reviewed, and addressed by the staff, by the Planning Commission, and by this board. And then decisions will be made. This is a proposed document right now.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Please finish.
The vast majority of cannabis cultivation in the county is
Hold
on
on just a
rural
second.
residential zoning.
Are we hearing him? I'm not, it doesn't seem like I'm hearing him through this mic. I just want to make sure people can hear. Yeah, okay, thank you. Sorry, John, go ahead.
Vast majority of commercial cannabis cultivation in the county is in rural residential zoning. Has been for a long time. The areas of the county that adopted and jumped into the program with the best of intentions are mostly, almost entirely RR, right? There's a few sections of the county that have some ag zoning. We have yet to see the ag zoning update. We have no idea what that will look like. There could very easily be conditions in there that most ag parcels or hopeful ag parcels cannot meet, right? Most counties have, or some counties, when they want to get ag out and build houses, for instance, they create ag zoning conditions that require low slope, prime soils, a certain amount of water availability. And so the ag goes away and the urban sprawl moves in. This is super standard in California land use and planning, right? But it doesn't need to happen like that here. Cannabis can be one of the most sustainable economic drivers for this county moving forward. It's in a very difficult time in the last few years between the state and the counties botching the transition to the regulated market. It's a very challenging time. But that doesn't mean cannabis can't be an important, sustainable, safe commercial pursuit as things evolve and as the markets mature. This is a very short-sighted move, and it could put the county in a further in a position where county policy does not really capture the actual land use. Law enforcement here has plenty to do aside from chasing weed growers, right? And yeah, there's some bad actors, and there's plenty of enforcement built into the state and local programs for that. It's nice to see it work sometimes. But this is really short-sighted, and I would strongly encourage you to look a little broader. So what is the percentage of current commercial cannabis licenses on ag zoning? And we're talking about getting rid of the unclassified zone. There's also a lot of them on unclassified, right? So it's a very small percentage on ag zoning. And we need to open our minds a little bit more and look a little further down the road than the current green rush bubble popping, and try to build this thing in a sustainable way long term.
Thank you,
This is
John.
vastly important for our county. It's the largest employer in our county. Most
John,
people have no
you
idea
have to
what's
stop
going
now.
on.
Thank you.
I do have a
No,
question.
Sorry, no,
I just want to make a statement. How are
not right now.
how are we collecting the time when we're having back and forth banter between us and them for the public comment period?
What's your question?
How are we collecting or letting them speak for 3 minutes if we are adding to the time that they use?
Our
Is it going
admin
on
person keeps track of when and they stop
Okay.
the clock when we speak, and then we speak. And if anyone would like to speak, please address the chair, get permission, and then you can speak. Otherwise, you cannot.
I just wanted to get clarity on that before we got going.
Thank you. I would just like to clarify a couple of things based on that. So one, I believe what CAO Tuttle is referring to is that we are talking about looking, right? So it is that forward looking in rural residential zoned properties, parcels, commercial cannabis would not be allowed. He also mentioned that if there are existing, then zoning changes could be made to allow them to continue on the parcels that they're on. And every parcel in the county is under consideration for rezoning through our zoning ordinance. So, and all of these things are very much still in the proposed state. So we will be going through each of these processes. Everything that you've just heard could completely change by the time it goes through public comment, through the Planning Commission and the board. And again, the zoning that we're talking about is all being currently evaluated in the zoning ordinance update.
Correct. And if inconsistencies do arise, there's going to be an overhaul to the non-conforming section within the zoning ordinance that then protects the businesses that are existing there. So there are going to be protections and safety nets set up for that. And I think the thing I just want to press, going from RR to agriculture is not dismissing use. It's protecting use. It's basically saying that use can continue in perpetuity in ag because cannabis is seen as agriculture. So that moving forward, if the general plan goes to ag, it's not actually changing what's happening on the parcel. The underlying zoning would then have to be consistent with cannabis agriculture, and that would continue simultaneously.
Okay. Thank you. And I guess just one further comment that to echo what CEO Tuttle says, this is a staff proposal. I'm sure the staff would love to say that everything they put before the Planning Commission and the board gets approved. It doesn't, and none of those discussions have happened. Not one supervisor is waiting on this, not one planning commissioner has waited on this, and the public is just in the first part of the 60-day period. So plenty of time for this to be debated, part of what public comment is for, and the upcoming workshop. So I thank you. Lisa, did you want to speak?
Thank you, Chair, Supervisors, Commissioners, Lisa Wright Lewiston. So just to be, so that I have a clear understanding and perhaps you can comment afterwards. So the decision was made by staff based on what findings? That there would be no new commercial cannabis cultivation allowed in rural residential? And how was the analysis applied to other ag uses in rural residential? My zip code, for example, has, a winery right in the middle of rural residential with extensive land disturbance. How is that going to be treated? Is ag going to be completely removed as an allowable use? I feel like maybe we're kind of getting a little bit ahead of things because we aren't at the allowable use stage yet. We're on that general plan designation, but certainly that would be a concern. Why is cannabis being singled out when it's an ag use and other ag uses might continue to be allowed? That would be a question that I would have. It does appear, and I just want to restate so I'm clear, that it's being recommended that existing licensed farms that are in rural residential, that the underlying general plan designation would be changed to ag, which allows for a lot more broader use actually from a cannabis perspective with other license types and such. So I just want to restate that I understand that correctly. Yeah, I guess those are my biggest questions. What about the other ag use in rural residential, and why is cannabis being singled out, and what are the findings to support that?
Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
For now, I'd just like to ask for the confirmation of the clarification that she asked for, that this was talking about new, and that the ones that were already existing would be somehow addressed through the process to be allowed to stay. Is that correct? What the staff proposal reflects?
That is correct.
Okay. The rest about all the findings and all that, we can't answer all of the questions that are going to come in today, but I know they're being captured and we will be following them up and addressing them. Thank you. Other public comment in the room? Online?
Yes. Ben Kellogg.
Good morning, supervisors and staff and everyone who has worked on this this document. I applaud you guys for digging in and attempting to fix issues that are systemic over decades. I have a question in regards to since volunteerism is the crux of what has made Trinity County. Without volunteerism, there would be no Trinity County. I'm wondering, as far as public safety, fire protection, why are we continuing to promote expansion of volunteer fire departments within the county and not opening up a wider net over the next 30 years to go to more of a paid fire department with wildfires up here? We can't always rely on the Forest Service and CAL FIRE. We should be kind of broadening our horizons as far as that, in my opinion. We have the opportunity to do it. Why not at least entertain the idea? People are getting older. The previous generations aren't stepping up to volunteerism as the current generations. And I see this being problematic. Thanks.
Thank you for your comments.
Catherine Sidman.
Catherine Sidman, Lewiston. I first just want to say that that was a really informative presentation, and I sincerely appreciate, man, that list of meetings that's been held for community engagement. Like I see it. I see the effort to really get community engagement, and I believe you're getting it. And I'd love to see all of that, all of the community engagement reflected in the decisions. I believe Rick and Trent when they say that this wasn't a last minute switch and this wasn't pulling out the rug, but I hope you can appreciate how very much it feels that way, because it certainly feels that way. So I believe you when you say it wasn't like that. I want to read from the guiding principles: maintain a high level of coordination and collaboration within the local business community to incentivize business development, encourage economic growth, retain capital, strategically distribute resources for economic development. If that really is one of our guiding principles, we have to get serious about this. Everything I heard about this general plan is our constitution. It's our looking forward, 2050. Friends, if you think in 2030 or 2040 or 2050, we're still going to be arguing and whining and carrying on about how much we don't like cannabis, we're not, folks. We're not. It's legal in the state. Every presidential candidate has said that they'll legalize it. This is a foregone conclusion. And this feeling that we're carving out, we're doing land use instead of this broad general plan. We have all these guiding principles and all these things except cannabis. And this is how it's going to be everywhere, and this except cannabis. And we're going to do it like this, and it's going to be coordinated except cannabis. And that is just for land use, the carve outs, the non-conforming use. I heard someone say, I believe a gentleman from Interharnish, cannabis is agriculture. Cannabis will be viewed as agriculture. So let's view it as agriculture. If you want to change if you don't want it to be residential and we're not going to have any agriculture in RR anymore, then let all the llama and winery people and everybody with cows and everybody else know. And I think that would just be silly. So I wish that we could really look forward, really take seriously these guiding principles, adopt a mindset of creating opportunities for real economic development and stability for people whose businesses are tied to their land. This is just very unsettling for a lot of people who really are the economic drivers in this county. But I appreciate everyone's work, and thank you, Rick, for being just the most responsive person to emails ever. I really appreciate it.
Thank you, Catherine.
Trinity Alps Canna.
Hello, chair, board, staff, and I think consultants. Want to address everyone. My name is Matthew Jefferson. I'm in Coffee Creek. I'm a licensed holder up there. I'm not trying to get into the weeds, but just to clarify, from what I heard, and I'm maybe I'm misunderstanding this, but it sounded like Trent said he's not going to renew my license, that you're not going to allow cannabis and opt-outs anymore. Is that what you're saying?
No, but please continue.
I don't know. That was really my only question. I just
Okay.
That it felt like he said that, but that's not what's being said.
No, Matt, and if you want to talk afterwards, we can certainly do that, but that is absolutely not what was intended by what was stated, nor is it intended at all.
Okay. Thank you. I appreciate your time.
You
Have
bet.
a good day.
Yeah.
Steve L.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
This is Steve Lyon, Junction City. I'm pretty stunned by the recent developments. When I read the first draft, I was pleased to see that cannabis remained a allowed use in rural residential where most of us reside. Then it seems like this bait and switch has been happening. I'm very confused. This seems very sudden. And in considering the history of this county, what the heck is going on? I agree with what Catherine just said. It's, economic development, except for cannabis. You keep pulling cannabis out. The background report, am I correct that it states pretty clearly that the largest employer in Trinity County is cannabis? But yet, when you talk about guiding principles, when you talk about economic development, when you talk about agriculture, it's ag except for cannabis, which is the largest ag. It's economic development except for cannabis, which is the largest economic driver in the county. I'm stunned at this bait and switch. I think this is happening fast. Now we're having major community meetings and board workshops when it seems like there was some tomfoolery to get everybody to think that, hey, everything's okay. Rural residential is you're allowed to stay as cannabis, but now you're saying trust us that we're gonna figure out something with ag. This is not okay. This is not the way this is supposed to happen. I expect some answers as to why this report came out saying rural residential was allowing cannabis to continue, and then you switch it the day of important meetings. That is just an unacceptable way to proceed with this hugely important process. The main controversial issue in this county, and it's wrong, and you switch it at the last minute. What the heck is going on? Calling us non-conforming use and grandfathering us is not an acceptable alternative. I demand that we continue our rights to use our property and to operate our businesses under the rules and regulations that we started these businesses, that we licensed these businesses, that we got our Appendix Cs and our EIRs through this process, and that we don't switch it. Non-conforming means if I ever change something, you're going to take my license away. That's just absolutely an unacceptable alternative to this process. I'm extremely disappointed in how this is rolling out.
Thank you for your comments, Steve.
I have no additional raised hands.
Okay. I do want to come back because we kind of got into a mode of some level of interaction based on public comment. And Adrian, you had asked some things up front that we did not address because I wasn't planning to get so fully involved in a back and forth, but I enjoy that we can have that. So I would just like to clarify, I think what I took away from Adrian's comments was to make sure that all of this public input that has come in through community plans is being reflected also, and not only community plans, but public input on the general plan, zoning ordinance, everything is being reflected in what we are putting forward, and that an expectation that would continue to happen. Did I state that relatively clearly for what you meant, Adrian? And my assumption based on what we've discussed before is absolutely yes, but please, if you want to clarify anything based on that, please do.
No, you are correct. And that's why I just want to emphasize again, there's a reason why this is called a public review draft. It is a draft. It is a first step. This is the first time this is daylighted. And the general plan goes through modifications based on public feedback through almost all processes. And I would expect that public feedback will guide the general plan again through its adoption. So yes, it is reflected. As more community feedback comes in, it comes back to the planning commission, comes back to the board for consideration before an EIR starts. So there is a lot more work that is to be done as part of this.
Thank you. And I will just say that one of the benefits of public input is you hear how people are responding to what they're seeing and experiencing. And I completely get that probably everyone in the county carries some level of baggage about how cannabis-related matters have been handled. And so there can be this filter that says, oh, this was an end run. Oh, this was a sneak in. And yet I have ultimate confidence that exactly how CEO Tuttle presented it is the reality. We are imperfect. We are managing a huge amount of work, especially with the planning, general planning work. And Bella basically is pretty much standing alone. She should have a greater staff around her just to do our daily work, much less the heavy load of a general plan work. And I'm not saying Bella made this mistake. I'm just saying. So I would ask that there be trust, but I understand trust has to be earned. So I appreciate the feedback. It does help us understand where we are and what we need to do. And we'll work to make sure that we communicate clearly, effectively, and transparently as we move forward. Okay, with public comment done, commissioners, is there something that you would like? Yes, ma'am.
Back to the original kind of overview and schedule. If I understood correctly, the community plans drop the same week as the community meeting, and I'm a little concerned that that wouldn't provide sufficient time for people to actually look at what you're proposing and then being asked to provide comments. So can you clarify that? Or
Sure. Just like with the general plan, there's a 60-day comment window on the community plan. So there is no expectation that a community plan gets released and then the comment has to come in at the meeting and then it's said and done and moves to the board.
But most of your comments are going to be live in person. People are less, tending to write comments later. So wouldn't it be more efficient to, provide the community plan, let them look at it, and then have a community meeting?
I think there's different avenues that you can go through community involvement and weighing in whether all the comments come in during a community plan meeting or they come in within the 60-day window. I think it's going to default to whether staff wants to extend that time period or have the document released further beyond or move the meetings back. But there's different ways. I've run several of these things and there's no right or wrong answer to that.
Okay, well, my suggestion would be to, at least for my community, to let them look at the plan and then have a meeting after they've had a chance to look at the plan.
And I think that's something that we can discuss with county staff on the best way to evaluate that.
Thank you. Other commissioners?
If I may. Thank you very much for the presentation. I have a previous engagement I must attend, so apologies. I will review the meeting online, and thank you for all your hard work, Mentor Harnish.
Thank you for being here when you could. I understand.
Thank you.
Other commissioners on this piece? Okay, board members. Anything that you'd like to address? I know we got pretty far off the introductory part as we're digging in on some of the details, but that's.
The only thing that I would add is just the weight of my agreement to what Commissioner Fall is stating. And I know that we want to stay on schedule and we certainly don't want to drag this process out longer. But even as evidence today, seeing something and having a little time to kind of absorb it, I think is helpful. And I also think that there's a lot of reality to, I know how many times I have intended to comment on something, say that the Forest Service was proposing, and there's a comment period open. I had every intention to provide that comment in a written format on the online portal and didn't do it. And so I'm just of the opinion that we'll get broader, more thoughtful, I guess, feedback, and not that the thoughtful feedback won't sit out there, that we won't capture it. I think we'll capture more of it if that were the case. That's my opinion.
And I think that's something that we can do. We can talk with county staff. It would most likely take a shifting of the meetings to move back. But that's something that we can discuss, and obviously relatively soon, since September, I think 18th and 19th is the first round of 4. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there board consensus with what Commissioner Fall and Supervisor Cox just said about having more time between release of documents and the actual workshops? I definitely support it, but I just want to make sure.
Absolutely.
I'm okay with either way, because there's going to be multiple opportunities for public feedback in a meeting after that initial rollout meeting, which to me is more of an introductory. When people are going to come here and give us their public comment of what they want changed is going to be when we're working through the planning commission phases and the board phase of actually adopting said community plans. There'll be multiple more layers of opportunity for people to make their voices heard.
Yeah, thank you. You know, and I would say it's interesting because if you, again, no right way, the sooner you have a meeting, the sooner you are clarifying things for people, and then they have that clarity for the rest of the 60-day period. The longer you wait, you give people a little more time that for those that really dig in, like we've heard here, I want to really dig in and then come with my questions and get my answers versus later I can just send in comments. So I get that there's no right way. I would say that based on what we've heard and a concern and a perception that there's almost an attempt to sneak things and not allow people to see it so that they can engage. We absolutely want to err on the other side. So it sounds like there is board consensus. Commissioner Fall, since you brought it up, did you have a time frame in mind between release date and meetings?
No, the idea was that he said that the community plan would come out the same week. So if it comes out on a Monday and when the meeting's on Wednesday, that just seems really short. So, I mean, just another week or two still gives people plenty of time.
Yeah, and we can we can look at pushing the meetings back to allow more review time. The intent of having it come out so close is that the meeting is meant to walk through and explain the plan. It's an explanation up front so that when that review period starts, the public has a little more insight to how it was formulated, where the goals and policies go. But I can see your perspective, Commissioner Fall, where it would be beneficial for the community to have more time to weigh in so that the discussion wouldn't be so much of a presentation, but can be a fruitful back and forth discussion about some modifications and changes, and you still have that 60-day window on top of it. I think what we can do is we can look at the calendar with county staff and look at shifting those dates back as appropriate to allow that extra review time prior to the meetings.
And Brent, I'm sorry, Supervisor Gogan, go ahead. You had
one
something.
of the things I wanted to mention was that the planning commission or planning meeting that we had last night in Hayfork was announced, I think, 2 days prior to it, which I don't think gives my constituents enough time to really dig in and get their feet into it. And then we had a little change between last night and this morning, and that doesn't give us enough time either. And I, speaking from my district, who holds the most, cannabis licenses in the county, and people who are very ingrained in this, or their lives are part of this. I would like to see the most time available to digest things, most time available to announce things when the meetings are, so that my constituents can dig in deep and get this right. This is important to all of us.
Chair, may I?
Yes.
So I'm hearing that, and I just want to make sure that staff is understanding what the board desires are. I'm hearing we want to keep the 60-day period, the review period, the same. We will just move the community or the introductory type of meetings like this one or the ones for the community plans farther into that 60-day review period. Approximately 2 to 3 weeks.
I'd say approximately 1 week to 10 days.
Okay, so we'll.
And if I may make a recommendation, we might, and this might be further discussion with county staff, we might want to extend the review period beyond the 60 days to account for the shifting of the meetings. Just because if there's the discussion that comes up during those community meetings, even if it went 60, even 90, I'm not sure that would have to be in discussion with county staff, but we might want to extend that if the meetings are getting pushed out.
You're just saying you need the same amount of time after your community meeting for this kind of a meeting?
If the 60-day window kicked in and that was right around the time the workshops were, but the workshops get pushed, it shortens the time on the back end after the meeting to get the comments and respond. So I'm just recommending if we extend that period, if we're going to push the workshops back, extend the commenting period beyond, it could be an additional 2 weeks beyond the 60 days, just to allow for that shift in the meetings. It doesn't overall really affect the overall trajectory of the project schedule, that 2-week isn't really going to make a difference. I think it just allows more opportunity because of the shift. That's it for feedback.
CEO Tuttle, are you okay with that?
I am okay with that. And then just as clarification, like Brent was saying, we want to stick on the same end track goal of summer of 25 for a full adoption. So we don't want to change that long schedule with some of these interim adjustments that we're talking about.
Agreed.
Okay. We will gather as staff and we will work that into the process.
Thank you, sir. And I think based on Supervisor Gogan's input, it looked like maybe you wanted to clarify about the when we announce these meetings, but I think there is an expectation that we would have, say at least a week's notice for the meetings being scheduled, and
in consulting with county staff, they're looking for at least 2+ weeks notice for each of these, and that's been an ongoing discussion.
And this one that just happened to Supervisor Gogan, was it truly just announced a couple weeks, or did we sort of miss it? And
there was an e-notification that went out before then. The main push started Monday night, but their ones did go out prior. It was noticed on the website about a month out. I think the e-notification process on our end obviously could be improved. And I think what we can do is include e-blast relatively soon for these upcoming workshops. So there's no doubt about that. There will also be e-notifications that'll go out regarding the review of this policy document. That'll be ongoing throughout the 60-day period. And then there's some other items that will require some other notifications I'll get to. It's later on in the presentation that the public will be interested in.
Thank you. And CEO Tuttle, I would just ask that perhaps with the benefit of our public information officer, these sorts of things seem critically important. So maybe he can help us with making sure that the best type of communication to let people know and engage them in advance would be great.
Yes, we will wrap that in. And like Brent said, I mean, there are some save the dates out there. We will increase our frequency of those because there are more of them, and there's going to continue to be more. If people look at the overall schedule, there is not less engagements, there is just more engagements. So we will continue to clarify and push out save the date type of meeting announcements as far out in advance as we can, even if we don't know all the details. And then we're filling the details as we get closer to the events.
Thank you. And just one last thing, and then we're going to take a quick break, but looping back to both what Adrian and John said, you've said in the past that every single comment, whether it's taken in this room, in a community meeting, in online, anything, is documented, is included, and is available for public consumption. So is that?
So for community workshops, public comment that's received is put into the community workshop summaries that are online. Public comments that come in on the website, I go directly to my email and then go to county staff's email. Typically, I directly respond while seeing county staff. So there is direct coordination and collaboration if somebody does submit comments online through the website, yes.
And is there any way for the public to see what that public input has been via those communication forums?
Via the ones through the website? No, there hasn't been a system set up. If that is something that the county would like, we can publish all comments that come in, but that would be at the direction of county staff.
If the board agrees, I would encourage staff to at least look into that. I just feel like that is part of, if we really want to say that we're listening and show that we're listening, it's great that we're responding to them. That's a step above, but I think it would also be great if it's not a burden to be able to share that information so that if somebody wants to go look at what all the comments were submitted, they can. I don't know if they will, but.
I will say that we have had general plans where we have had that, where when public comment come in, they're categorized or logged into like an Excel document, and that's posted online so the public can see. It's not common, but not uncommon to do.
Is the board in consensus? I don't want to give direction to staff without support.
I like the idea. To me, it feels like you've created a virtual public meeting. Here, we hear each other's comments. If online they were all posted, it would kind of feel like virtually we were having a public dialogue almost, not a true dialogue, but.
Supervisor Gogan?
Yeah, I would agree. I think that it's important for everybody's comments to be seen, especially by myself as a supervisor. so I can get the flavor of what's going on. Like last night, we had very few participants and, you know, I only got the input of the 4 or 7 that were there. I don't know how many of the people commented online, so I'd like to get the full flavor of what's going on there in my district, being a big district as it is.
Right. And the comments that are submitted on the website, those are general comments. There is a specific commenting email for this document in front of us, which I haven't gotten to yet because it's further in the presentation. But what we can do is we've received comment on the website since the project started in 2021. Comments have come in. So it's what we would essentially do is just take every comment, log them into an Excel doc and post it. The back and forth, that wouldn't be posted. It would just be the comment for transparency.
Fair enough. Thank you. All right. Well, we're going to have it multiple times throughout the day, so we'll get to. Yes, sir.
Thanks. Once again, John Brower from Junction City. So at the Junction City Community Plan meeting, I take pretty good notes at most meetings, and there was consensus of 13 out of 14 community members present that commercial cannabis cultivation, at least small, up to 10,000 square feet, still remain an allowable use on rural residential zoning. It's 13 out of 14 people present. Where does that, how do we find that in the comments? And how did that play into the decision-making about removing commercial cannabis as an allowable use in RR? And we're not talking, we have little faith about converting zoning to ag, from RR to ag. We have little faith in the county not changing things yet again to eliminate through attrition or regulation non-conforming pre-existing uses. One example is the general store in Wildwood that burnt down. They weren't able to rebuild within 1 year. They lost their ability to be a store because of their zoning. The community of Wildwood and that entire region has no general store now. The very same thing will likely happen to commercial cannabis if this proceeds according to the current plan. The Junction City Community Plan meeting, 13 out of 14 people present all agreed with that it must be retained as an allowable use. This is really serious. This is the economic backbone of this county, which the county is a welfare county generally. More funding comes into Trinity than goes out in taxes from both state and federal. But of the private businesses in Trinity County, the commercial cannabis is essential for this community. We're talking about shutting down the libraries. It's the one safe place for kids to be. We hired a public information officer, but we're shutting down the libraries. And now we're talking about shutting down cannabis. This is really serious, you guys. And I would like to know where that consensus from that Junction City Planning Commission, Community Plan meeting ended up in this.
Thank you. All right. We will take a 5-minute break. Ring the gavel at 5 minutes.
Mr. Chair, one thing I meant to mention
Hold on
early.
just a second. Are we back live?
Yes.
Okay, so we are back in session. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Jim Harnish, Mentor Harnish. I just meant to mention this. I thought about this in the last discussion. We're taking notes, pretty detailed notes. I'm not a very good typer, but at least I'm getting the gist of it down, and so those will be available at some point.
Thank you very much. Okay, so just a reminder as we go through this, and for anybody that's joined us online since, we will complete a section, then we will have discussion, public comment, then planning commission, then board. Anyone that does want to speak needs to direct it to the chair of the board so that we can maintain control and focus. It will be at the chair's discretion as to whether or not we engage in interacting. We may just stick with the normal process because we took an hour and a half to get through the introductory session, which we didn't even think we would do public comment on at one point. So I love engagement. We want it. We just have to make sure that we can get through this. And also just to remind folks that in about 30 minutes, I have to step out to facilitate a session in another board meeting. And so Supervisor Gogan will take over at that point, but we'll keep moving. Please know it's not a lack of interest. It's a busy calendar. So please take us forward. Thank you. Oh, Susie, we need some help.
Oh, okay.
Let's go back to.
No, it's one of the ones up in the Alps. Oh, really?
Okay, Chair, are we ready?
Yes, please.
Okay. So this next part of the presentation is I'm going to walk through an overview, and I will say again, an overview. This is not a page by page, policy by policy. This is just an overview of each of the different elements and mainly some of the key changes and takeaways. Last night we did have a workshop in Hayfork. Tonight there is a workshop in Weaverville. It's the same information in all three meetings. So just to announce that, it's an overview of the key changes within each element and then of the general plan process. The document is available live on the Trinity 2050 website if you would like to get into specific policy discussions. So on the general plan, I just want to walk through the overall organization. It's divided into 11 sections, chapters, or as what we call elements. Those are shown here on the screen. We start with the introduction. Introduction of the general plan walks through the process thus far that the county has gone through, the different engagement methods. What's the area that the general plan is covering and providing goals, policies, and programs for? And then how do you use a general plan and how does it relate to zoning and other planning matters that the county handles through this process? Then we work our way through the actual elements. So second comes in with the land use element. Then the community plans, I had mentioned that. The community plans will all be located in this section. And the way that those are composed is they're actually, you'll be able to remove those individually. They'll all be under a separate cover in that section as well. So you don't necessarily have to have the whole general plan printed to review them. You can just extract them individually of the 8. Number 4, we get into economic development element. 5, public facilities, services, and infrastructure. Then conservation, open space, circulation, housing. This is the element on the separate 8-year track that is being worked on simultaneously as along with this effort. The hazards and safety element, a noise element, and then we end it with a glossary. The glossary is important. That includes all the key terms, definitions, and acronyms. There's a lot that goes into a document of this size and this capacity, and definitions do matter in the grand scheme of things. So the glossary is a very important part of the overall plan. So how to use the general plan. A general plan, if you're familiar, uses goals, policies, implementation programs. Think of a goal as it's the desired future condition. It's the desired end state. Each element includes a series of goals, and that's kind of your overarching direction you'd like to head. Those goals, as a reminder, are consistent with the board approved vision and guiding principles. Under each goal, you have your policy, and the policy is noted on the screen as a clear and unambiguous statement that guides a specific course or action, and that helps the decision makers, both the planning commission and the board, ultimately make decisions as they relate to the different topics that are within a general plan. Lastly, you have what's known as an implementation program. This is where the rubber meets the road. This is the teeth. Think of this as it's like an action list, a checklist. Every general plan element within the 2050 general plan has a series of implementation programs. Those implementation programs implement the policy that's in the plan. And within each of those implementation programs, it lays out the course of what you're trying to implement and update. It lays out a time frame within the 2050 horizon year that's broken up into 5 and 10-year chunks. It also denotes which county staff or divisions would handle that program or implementing that program. And then it also provides where potential funding sources could come to complete that program. Now, implementation programs are very important because the state does require a general plan annual report that your planning division has to prepare every year and send to OPR, the Office of Planning and Research, which is under the governor's office. And so as part of this, the implementation program is a checklist that every year the planning division will report out what has been completed, what hasn't been completed, what's in process. And so that'll move forward, and this checklist is a starting point. Just like with the goals and policies, the public is able to weigh in on the implementation programs, provide community feedback, expectations, or any modifications they feel need to be made. That'll make its way up to the planning commission and then eventually the board. So what our plan here, and this is just confirms what the chair had laid out, I'm going to walk through one element at a time and then pause. And then I'll hand it back to the chair to facilitate public comment, planning commission comment, and then board discussion. And then we'll move on to the next. So we'll start with land use. You will notice that each of these sections, when we go into each of the elements, really provide you a snapshot and it's consistent. So I really would like to just open this up by showing that within the land use element, there's 12 unique sections, 13 policies out of the 47 are existing. So that means that they are either from your existing general plan land use section, they were carried forward, or they're part of other planning documents that deal with land use development. I think what's important to note here is very rarely do you have a general plan that is completely new and tosses everything out. Very rarely. I will always say there are always policies that still reflect the direction a county or a jurisdiction would like to head. So it's not uncommon to retain policies. The language might be finessed for consistent voice when you write a policy, but the direction is still the same. So I do want to highlight that there are 13 existing policies within this element. There are 34 new ones. These new ones reflect the new vision, community sentiment, and then the proposed land use diagram. And then there are 10 implementation programs as part of this element. And each policy is tied to an implementation program. So what are the major changes within the land use element? Well, first off, major changes, there were updated purpose statements. So every general plan land use designation, again, this is not zoning, this is the general plan land use designation. That's that base level, has an updated purpose statement, an intent statement, which states what is the vision for that land use? What is it looking to implement? What are the types of uses? What's its density, and how does that align with the vision that was approved by the board? Other things that changed is there are some new land use designations included as part of this effort. If you've had a chance to look at the land use diagram and you're familiar with your existing one, they do look different. And I can get into that in a little bit more detail and explain that. But some new land use designations include a low density residential, a medium density residential, a high density residential, a mixed use, and then what's known as a state, federal, and public land designation. As part of this effort, there are also general plan designations that were removed or flagged or for proposed removal, and I'll get into those in more detail in a slide or two. There were new goals and policies related to environmental justice, which is a topic that is required by the state of California. Environmental justice is meant to ensure that there's equitable services and distribution of land use making decisions in all areas, not just specified to one area, mainly looking at marginalized groups of whether it's income, race, or socioeconomic related. There are also new goals and policies related to cannabis that is also within the land use element. And then there is a new section that is requiring county staff to review the general plan every 5 years, not in a comprehensive update like we're doing now. It's a technical review. It's mainly just to make sure that as this plan moves forward, is it working? Is it meeting expectations? The last thing that you want to do is have a general plan and then set it on a shelf and let it gather dust. The point is to make sure that it's implementable and still reflects it. So many years in, it's not uncommon for a jurisdiction to say, hey, let's crack it open and make sure this actually is working. Are we getting what we want out of it? If not, what do we need to tweak? And that's done on a staff level. The land use designations. So shown up here on the far right side is the proposed 2050 general plan land use map with the proposed land use designations. So as part of the evaluation of the land use map, there are a series of changes that have come out of this land use element. First is the consolidation of the existing residential land use designation into broader categories. If you've had a chance to look at your existing land use designations and your current land use element, there's 5 or 6 different ones. The densities are broken down into smaller chunks. We're proposing to consolidate those into 3 traditional residential zones, so non-rural residential designations, not zones, pardon me. And then each of those are given a density range. These are consistent with where the housing element is heading and where the state is heading housing-wise. And so those 3 designations is the low, the medium, and the high. As part of this effort too, there's the proposal to remove some existing general plan designations. 2 specifically would be the village designation, and which is known as V, and the community expansion designation. Now the village designation is really a catch-all designation. It is located on parcels throughout the county, mainly in some of the more concentrated areas of development. South County, North County, we're talking about the Mad River area, Trinity Center area has village. Village is more of a mixed use. The intent was to create a mix of uses within an area that provide essential services to surrounding residential and communities around it. And I'll get into how and where that designation was transferred to as part of this with its removal. There's a whole series of new designations. I'd walk through a few of them. There's also one called public facilities. The PF designation is applied to properties that are owned by a specific municipal service or entity. And that's just to further delineate the type of use that's on the property and to better reflect what's there and the standards applied. I will say that any redesignation process in the general plan that occurs as part of this proposed effort will have an associated rezone with it, because you have to make sure that where the general plan goes, the zoning is consistent. That is state law requirement. So expect that if there are new general plan land use designations that arise out of this effort, there will be new zones that have to go along with it for consistency. Also, in regards to the land use designations, there were modifications made to the density requirements. So how many dwelling units per acre? There were modifications made to the minimum parcel size. What was brought up earlier with agriculture, your existing agricultural land use designation has a 10-acre minimum. In the proposed draft, that's lowered down to 1 acre. So the overall redesignations countywide, there was an effort to better reflect what's on the ground in the existing uses today. You'll notice that in this map right here, there's this tan brown color, and it covers a good 80 to 90% of the county. That is a new designation called state, federal, and other public lands. The existing map that the county has for land use designation is slightly misleading because a majority of the land is state and federally owned within the county. This now recognizes that that is the case, and doesn't have it as listed as open space or resource. It actually denotes it as state and federal land. That's probably the biggest redesignation of land in the county. In order to make it consistent with zoning, down the line, there most likely will be a proposed zone, a state and federal other public land zone that'll go into place. So that's one of the major changes if you do compare your existing map to the proposed 2050 diagram. So the question always arises, so you redesignated it, you redesignated parcels within the county, but how? What were your facts and findings to be able to make that change? What was your methodology? So on the screen here, I've laid out the methodology. This was done in consultation with county staff as part of the draft. First, all parcels owned and or operated by a utility, by the county or another municipal entity, those were redesignated to this PF, public facilities, and that better reflects the existing use on the property. And we primarily did that by looking at the ownership as part of the tax assessor record. That is a very common general plan designation to have for most municipalities and jurisdictions in California. And you can have standards that start to provide flexibility for municipal services that you might not have had if it was a resource or an open space designation. I will say in some instances, municipal entities that were functioning on a parcel did have general plan designations that wouldn't technically allow those to operate a residential per se. So there was some cleanup as part of this to ensure that there were no hangups in the use and that they could continue operation. All parcels owned by the state and or federal government were redesignated to this SFP. That is the tan area on the map. That too was done by looking at the ownership record of the property. So parcels noted for redesignation based on removal of existing land use designations. So I had mentioned the village and the community expansion. In order to apply a new land use designation, we had to look at a few different factors with county staff. First, what was the underlying zone? That's the first step. If the underlying zone is residential, most likely the general plan would go residential as well. So if it was village, but the underlying zone was RR, the general plan would most likely go RR or RRL, depending on parcel size. If you're familiar, RRL just has a larger minimum parcel size than RR. And that would make them consistent. In some cases, the zone was unclassified. Now, if you're familiar with this update from the beginning, it was a direction from the board that when we go through the zoning code process, that we remove the unclassified zone countywide and we replace it with more applicable zones. So if the underlying zone, this happened in several cases, I'll give this example. You had a village designated parcel and the village is going away. So we need to find a consistent land use designation in its place. And we go, okay, let's look at the zoning, but the zoning's unclassified. That's going away too. We then need to go down another step to determine what is the appropriate general plan land use designation for that parcel. In that case, we looked at a combination of what the tax assessor use code stated for that parcel. So was it single family? Was it multifamily? Was it commercial? Was it an industrial use? In some cases, it was vacant. There was nothing on it. And then looking at the surrounding adjacent parcels to see what the community surrounding it had, or doing not only a confirmation check through GIS, but also on the ground check to ensure what the existing use was. And so in several instances, we had to go down to that level of specificity to determine what the most appropriate general plan designation for those parcels were. I would say this was, if you can imagine, this is quite an effort to undertake. And I will reiterate, this is the first step. This is the first step in redesignating some of these areas, and it is in a draft form. This is not set in stone. So tracking the redesignations. I think this is very important. Getting back to Supervisor Gogan's concern about notification and getting the word out. This is going to be imperative, and this is something we're working with county staff right now. So how do you track if your general plan designation changed on your parcel? So we're setting up a system now where there will be a countywide list of all APNs that will be on the Trinity 2050 website. That'll be searchable. by APN. So you'll be able to search your APN and you'll be able to see what the existing general plan designation is, what the new proposed, if it changed, didn't change everywhere, and what your zoning is. There will also be a map that will go live within the next week online on the Trinity 2050 website, where community members will be able to type in their APN and address, and it'll zoom in to their parcel, and they'll be able to toggle between the existing general plan and the new general plan. So as part of that process, if a community member's parcel did change a proposed redesignation, that community member does have the ability to contest that. And I provided here on the screen, notifications will go out about this. There is an email that's been set up, as well as if there's a mailer that you'd like to mail in that goes in, that'll go directly to the consultant team and the county staff. And if the new designation, if the parcel did get redesignated and the community member or property owner is not in agreement with that change, they're able to contest it and provide a designation they feel is more appropriate and compatible. All of those are going to be logged and made available to the commission, county staff, and to the board. Through the rest of the general plan process during the hearing stage, it'll be through study sessions that the planning commission and board will make formal recommendations on what to actually carry forward and change out of those contested land use designations. Now, I will say that's not a common process when it comes to general plans. Typically, the public doesn't weigh in on that level. So this is actually unique for Trinity County. It's not a state mandate that you notify land use designation changes on a general plan. It's different when you're looking at a rezone effort. When you do rezones, there's specific stipulations you have to meet, noticing requirements, not for a general plan on a county-wide scale. So this is a large effort, and pulling the community at this point to be able to weigh in on their general plan is important, because where the general plan goes, as I stated, the zoning goes with it. So wherever the general plan land use designation changes, the new zoning will have to be consistent. Similar with the general plan has a 60-day comment period. There's a 60-day period to contest a land use designation if it changed and a parcel owner or property owner is in disagreement with it. So I do want to make that clear as well. I will take a moment there to pause, hand it back to the chair to facilitate comment from public, commission, and board.
So we'll be going to a new section after this?
Correct.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that. In the room, public comment. Yes, ma'am.
Joan Carr, Lewiston. Designations that may be contested within 60 days. Which 60-day period is that? It begins when, it ends when?
Make sure this is on. The 60-day period would end October 16th. And it was a 60-day period started when the public review draft was released.
So it's the same 60-day period that we're currently within where we're reviewing this draft community plan.
That is correct.
However, you're saying that, just clarify this.
Sure.
That currently I cannot go online and look up my APN number to find out what my designation is now and what it will become should this draft be adopted.
It will be.
That I still am within my 60-day comment period.
Let's sure. So please go ahead with your public comments, and then we'll determine if what we're going to respond to.
My question is, if it's the 60-day comment period that we are currently within, and we have new land use designations for our APN numbers, if that information is not publicly available online, so I can't go on there right now and check and see what I was and what I am now, but I only have 60 days based on the 16th, which is already passed, to comment on information that is not yet available to me.
Mm-hmm.
That is the crux of my question.
Anything else?
No, that's it.
Okay.
Thanks.
Would you like to address that, please? I think that's a good clarification for everyone.
It is good clarification. So the current map that is available online is a PDF document. You can zoom in on it. You can find your individual parcel on there and what that individual designation is. It is cumbersome. It is not user friendly, I will admit. And we are going through the process to make it much more user friendly to where you can search by your specific APN, where you don't have to figure out on the PDF document where you live, where your parcel is going to be, and zoom in on it. but I've done it personally. I know it can happen. You got to get up to about 800 magnification on the PDF document, depending upon what platform you're using, but you can find your individual parcel on there. Some of the boundaries get a little bit, skewed, but you can find the color code for those individual parcels that are on that map. So you can do it right now, but again, it is a little bit cumbersome. We got some feedback on that right away. We recognize that, and we are making that change right now, and that will be available for much easier use by
It would be early next week.
early next week.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just capturing my notes. So people can access the PDF today. You can find it's just troublesome. The new process, which will be more streamlined, will be available early next week. Do you have a anticipated response time? Because I think you're saying they're going to send you something, or are they just going to log in and actually enter their parcel number and it'll instantly show them theirs?
So they'll be able to enter in their address or APN, and it'll go straight to their parcel, and they can see what the old general plan is and what the new one is. If it changed, not every parcel had a redesignation.
Right.
If the property owner is in disagreement with that change, then there's the email provided. That email goes directly to myself, and it goes to county staff. And that's where we start to log in the contested redesignations, and then those move forward for consideration to Planning Commission and Board for change.
Okay, I have follow-up questions, but we'll continue with public comment. Yes, sir.
So Joan brought up a great point. It's not the issue that it's troublesome and awkward to look up your current zoning and general plan designation, but that the proposed change hasn't flown yet, is not available yet the comment period is ticking for a week already.
No, he's saying it is. There's a PDF that shows the new zoning.
Oh,
The proposed.
no, I believe there's not.
The proposed general plan designation.
So the proposed,
We're not to zoning yet. The proposed general plan designation.
so the proposed general plan map that was shown on the screen is live online. The zooming in capability to enter your address isn't live yet, but the map is live.
I
sorry, go ahead.
strongly recommend extending this comment period by months. This rate of change in Trinity County is like molasses for everything but this. It's happening very fast. It's also happening during cannabis harvest season. It's also happening possibly in a time of year where we can have fires. We need to extend this by months. Make it 120 days, make it 6 months. What's the rush? Let's get this right. I would also request mapping for all the public, both online and available at all the public meetings, that shows very simply, like when we were developing the cannabis ordinance, that shows the zoning countywide and in different supervisor districts, all right? So to be able to show where cannabis permitting is available, right? Because presently you have water board setbacks that prohibit cannabis permitting anywhere within riparian zones. That already excludes over 70% of private parcels in the county. Now you're talking about, and then you've got unclassified that's about to come off the table as it changes to RR. Most people won't realize what's happening until it's already happened. And then you've got the RR zones where currently most of the cannabis is licensed, most of the licensees are. That's going to go away, become a pre-existing use that is completely unacceptable. I would like to see mapping that clearly shows where cannabis permitting will be available in the county, because the amount of ag zoning in, for instance, the Downriver District 4 area is tiny. There's only a few ag parcels in the entire District 4. So where would cannabis permitting be allowable? We need a map that clearly shows that starting immediately. It's very little land in the county. And then when you throw in the riparian setback that eliminates even most ag parcels, because they're riparian, they've got water, that's how they're ag. They're in the alluvial plain, that's how they're ag. But the riparian setback negatively affects their ability to get licensed for cannabis. Most ag parcels don't work for cannabis in Trinity County. Drive around Hayfork. So I would like a map that shows the general plan designation, a proposed zoning change overlay, and the riparian setbacks. It should be real easy. And so people understand what will be allowable for cannabis permitting or not.
Thank you.
What's being proposed is a tiny fraction of the county's private parcels. I think this is going unnoticed by most people. This needs to be part of the study.
Thank you, John. Yes, sir.
Logan, Adrian Keys. I believe that the draft map, well, I've tried looking at it on the computer and it's theoretically possible, but I can also see the stars in the sky. I can't read them. I mean, it's completely impossible to read, frankly. If we've gone as far as to create a 1 acre minimum agricultural zone and done like the proposed draft has already incorporated base what amounts to nearly 1,000 parcels, nearly 5 square miles of land, it seems like it would be prudent to apply that same principle to many of the other regions where cultivation is prevalent. If you're talking about the overview, you're looking down from space, you're seeing what's going on the ground. That particular area, Post Mountain, is 95% unregulated cannabis. Very, very small portion of permitted. So I'm trying to figure out where the line is there on how you're determining what an existing use is, because there's probably neighborhoods around that you could zone them as chop shops, because it's just parcel after parcel of burned cars and chopped up vehicles. It's illegal, but you're considering illegal activities as a future zone. That may be straight and outable, but I believe that the map should be altered to include other areas, like specifically the Junction City and downriver areas where there's significant amounts of licensed cultivation. The Hayfork area, the upper end of Brady Road, Morgan Hill Road, North Vista, significant levels of licensed cultivation, and they're all being recommended to turn into an RR zone. Would it not save time to apply the same principle that's being applied to Post Mountain to these zones, in these areas? It just seems like that would be a really good use of time instead of compelling this public comment period, which I also believe should be extended, because up until last night after the meeting, everyone was operating with inaccurate information. That definitely impacts turnout, that impacts the discussion. And then now that it has been changed, every person who has read that probably feels satisfied. I read the document. I understand what my zone's going to be. I understand what my overlay, the general plan is going to be. And how do we do the outreach to get them back into that document? I'm doing my best. I started last night before I was had fully even left that meeting. But there's no way to, in the 12 hours between the end of that meeting and this morning, get that information out. And so here we are today. This meeting is essentially operating under inaccurate information. And the meeting that happens tonight will also be operating under essentially inaccurate information, because if you don't know that was changed, you're not going back into the document to read it.
Thank you, Adrian. Other public comment in the room? Online.
Steve L.
Hi, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Excellent. Adrian is exactly correct. When I read the draft, I understood that I was going to be continued to be allowed to cultivate cannabis in my RR zone, and was fairly satisfied. And I don't like some of the odor stuff being included in there because it's already in our EIR. But Adrian's exactly right. If I hadn't read his email at 5:30 this morning on my way out the door for work, I would not have known. So we are absolutely operating under inaccurate information. I have a couple of questions. I'm going to start with the map. The map is unusable. I tried to just share a screen. I tried to zoom in on Junction City, it's absolutely pointless. It's pixelated. There's no way to see my parcel apart from anybody else's parcel as to what zone I'm in. So for the public comment period to be tolling right now seems unfair. My questions are, what requirements and criteria specifically are being used to determine which parcels qualify for what zoning? So we see what the zoning is, but how is this being determined? Who is making this decision? Along that same line is, how was this decision made to ban cannabis cultivation in RR zoning? What criteria was used to make that decision? Who made that decision? I keep hearing them say community involvement, community involvement. You know, the community involvement has been very low, and a very, most of these meetings are held during times where you're going to get a certain demographic of folks. You're not going to get the 9 to 5, working constituents of this county. And I would say the biggest community engagement that we've had on this issue is the absolute fact that the voters of Trinity County approved Prop 64 for commercial cannabis. All commercial cannabis falls under Prop 64. Is that being taken into consideration? That when put to the voters, that is the absolute bedrock foundation of how decisions are made, is by voting. The voters of Trinity County approved Prop 64. That should be the highest criteria for, are we allowing commercial cannabis? And to follow up, if right now, if I knew that I was going to be in Ag 5, I wouldn't be involved in this nearly as much. If I knew that I was Ag and that issue was settled and that you were going to convert everybody that's existing into an Ag parcel, but we don't know what those criteria are, we're in the blind. How is that going to be decided? Who is going to decide that? Thank you.
Trinity Alps, Kiana.
Hello, Chairman and Board, Commissioners, staff, and consultants. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay. Matthew Jefferson in Trinity County, or Coffee Creek. So I was just I'm looking at that map for proposed general plan designation. I've talked to the staff and consultants a couple times about this. Obviously, I have 2 unclassified parcels. I farm food and cannabis. One of our cannabis license looks like the property is purple for mixed use. I don't understand that. And then my other parcel is being labeled as rural residential, which does not reflect any of the comments I've made to the staff multiple times. But anyways, I'm curious if you could clarify. It sounds like you're saying that if I have an unclassified parcel as the property owner, I can request to have the zoning changed. I know I'm probably just repeating things, but if that is the case, can you clarify exactly what email we need to send our comments to? My comment is I want to turn it into an ag parcel. If you could just clarify who I'm supposed to email, and if I'm correct that I have to do that in the next 60 days. Thank you.
We're doing public comment.
No more.
Go ahead, we'll continue.
Catherine Sidman.
Catherine Sidman, Lewiston. Rick, if we could get clarification on how comments are tracked and weighted, I think that's kind of come up as a concern. I don't want to belabor the point. You know exactly what I'm going to say for the most part. 80-20 rule. 80% of what I'm going to say at every one of these things. And if those comments are moved moving the needle because somebody is tracking somewhere that somebody said something at a time, I'm not going to miss that opportunity. And also, I have a job and you all have work to get to, and I don't need to be here saying the same thing every time. I'm unclear if my comments here are weighted the same than, for example, my comments if I came to the meeting tonight, which I was not planning on doing because I didn't hear about it until yesterday. Do you want to respond to that and I'll stop talking, or should I say the same thing that I've been saying over and over? Because what I don't want to do is get into a situation where we pull back because we're saying, we're providing the same comments, and then in the future, the mythology is, well, nobody gave any comments, so we just kept going. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yes, and if you would like to use the rest of your time to air out your comments, that would be great.
Okay. I'm sorry. I on the screen, all I had is the timer, and I didn't realize Rick wasn't there, but I did hear that previously. I mean, I guess that's it. I would love some follow-up on how comments are weighted. I want to know if they're taken more seriously, if they're emailed, or if they're given to the document, or if they're on the Trinity 2050 website, or if they're in person at the meetings, or if they're in person now. Because whatever that needs to be, I will make comments in that way, and they will be really, really consistent with having land use that does not have a whole bunch of exceptions for something that's no longer exceptional in terms of the law, in terms of agriculture, in terms of the state of California, in terms of our economy. And so to me, I think it's really important to go by the guiding principles, to remember that we're looking forward and we should make this as simple and streamlined as possible. And however it is that I can get that message across, and that the hundreds of people in Trinity County that rely on cannabis for income can get that message across to you, we want to do it. So please help us by providing a real clear rubric as to when and where our comments are going to count and move the needle. And you see that a large swath of the community here wants cannabis to be normalized in terms of our land use and general plan. Thanks.
Thank you.
Trinity County Cannabis Division.
Good day, supervisors, commissioners, staff. Drew Plabani, Cannabis Division Director. I was just hoping that perhaps Mentor Harnish staff could clarify the difference between a general plan designation and a zoning district, and then how that relates to allowable uses, because many of the public comments that I'm hearing seem to be generally reflecting some lack of clarity as it relates to how those designations will impact allowable uses. I can continue to clarify my question if it's unclear to you, Brent, but that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you.
I have no additional raised hands.
We have no other comments in the room. Comments from the board now.
Planning Commission. PC.
Planning Commission first.
Go right ahead.
So Brent, is this the place to ask a question about the different sections? Are you going to go into those, or is this the appropriate place in the land use element?
No, any questions related to the land use element?
So I just find it confusing. So we're talking in section 2.6 about cannabis. And to me, it's really cannabis, commercial cannabis cultivation, because there are other commercial cannabis activities that aren't cultivation. So whether it's retail sales or something like that. So I'm curious, first of all, whether or not it would be good to clarify that you're talking about cultivation and not just commercial cannabis altogether. And then I have I find it very confusing, and I realize it's probably a term of art with the state when you're talking about commercial cannabis, because you're calling it agriculture. You're essentially wanting to move it into agriculture. And you have a separate commercial and industrial development section. Echo. So, because the Planning Commission dealt with this at our last meeting where we're trying to figure out whether or not some commercial requirements like a road access for commercial development are appropriate for agricultural development. We went through this. And so cultivation, is that going to be commercial? Is it going to be agriculture? Are you going to clarify what the definition of commercial is in the glossary? Anyway, that's just something that I find confusing because those three sections all overlap between commercial and industrial development, commercial cannabis, and then agriculture. And so I just find that some clarification for us as the Planning Commission would be pretty helpful.
Understood. Thank you.
And one minor question. So it should be the Watershed and Training Center is the correct name. And with their recent purchase of the Headwaters properties, does that move them from resource to public facility, or how? Because that's been fairly recent. How is that going to show up in the land use overlay?
Potentially, it would most likely go to a PF designation.
Okay.
And that's something that we can work with county staff to note and basically flag that for modification.
Okay, thank you. It would be state public, right? No,
Public facilities.
even though it's member.
So PF is public facility, so it's owned by the county, a municipality, a municipal entity, a utility. That's public facility.
Well, they're a nonprofit.
Then they wouldn't.
If it's other public land, it could fall under what's known as SFP, which is state, federal, other public land. So it could fall under that as well.
That's what I thought would be other public land. Okay, yeah, because it's got weird conservation easements and stuff. Okay.
Yeah, and we can take that information and work with county staff on that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Of
course.
Commissioner Heaton. Don? All right.
I do have a question related to public facilities because as the general plan designation, the zoning will still be able to have different zonings on those public facilities, correct? Or will that be its own zone?
Most likely it would have a public facility zone that would be consistent, that would allow those types of facilities to continue to operate.
Because I'm looking at, Bella's going to know what I'm talking about here. There's a big blue section of public facility around Ruth Lake, which right now is going through the process of becoming SUD.
Mm-hmm.
So would that still remain a public facilities general plan designation with a SUD on top of it? And then what's the zoning going to look like there? Is it going to be something that's just every public facility is going to have public facility zone, but different allowed uses? Or is it going to be, do we have to try to capture a zoning in the future that will allow all the uses that we're going to have in all those PF zones?
Well, the zoning would have to be consistent with where the general plan is heading. So if the general plan, if it's a public facility or public entity, municipal service entity, then it would be denoted as that in the general plan. The zoning would have to be consistent with that. The example I think you're touching on is very parcel specific, and I don't have that information in front of me, and I would need to evaluate what the existing use there is and what the SUD is calling for. So I can't accurately have a discussion on that without having all that information.
Sure. It's, well, the public facilities is the SUD because the ownership is Humboldt Bay Municipal Water District, which it would be public facilities, but it's also recreational use. So it's not.
And that might be on a case by case basis for that specific parcel example. It might fall under a PF in the general plan, but the zoning might be a resource or it might be an open space. That's something that,
SUD zone.
But we would have to look at that specifically without having that information in front of us.
That's one of the reasons I'm asking specifically about that. Is that something that I would bring to the attention of Humboldt Bay? Like, hey, you guys need to look into this, make your public comment on whether you want this zoning. I think right now they're unclassified. So they're going to have something else, but almost. So, well, I mean, for general plan designation, but I'll follow up with you or Bella on that.
And I think it's important to note, and this was brought up in public comment, and I was planning on addressing this again, but someone beat me to the punch. There is a definitive difference between general plan and zoning.
Yes.
And I'm hearing the two getting convoluted, that there's the zoning and then there's the overlay general plan. It's backwards. The general plan is your base foundation. So every parcel in the county has a general plan designation that is guided by this policy document. Every parcel then has an implementing zone, a zone district that implements the general plan. So if your general plan designation is agriculture, you most likely will have one of the agricultural zones implemented. Those vary depending on parcel size, depending on development standards, depending on use. So the general plan doesn't necessarily get into permitted uses and administrative processes and development standards. The zoning gets into that. So at the base level, we're talking about the general plan right now and the general plan designation. And yes, it's important because where the general plan goes, the zoning goes with it because it's required. But we haven't gotten into the weeds of the zoning quite yet because the general plan was just released. Otherwise, we'd be putting, the cart horse analogy, it'd be backwards and we'd be working back. So I just want to make sure that we understand that this is the general plan. Once these general plan designations are solidified, then we would implement them through zoning districts. And that is one of the next steps in the process, is to then start evaluate the zoning, the allowed uses, the permit requirements, and the different development standards that pertain to each of those different uses. But they're completely two different things.
And that's what I was getting at, is to make sure that, that's what it should be as a designation, but there will be a method in the future to make sure that it's zoned to allow the existing uses.
Correct. And the zoning process will be almost identical to what we're going through right now.
I would echo just that, as we've said many times today, this is very much a draft. There's no problem with you, in my opinion, telling any entity at all to look at this map and say, do we agree? Is this appropriate with what we already have and where we're going? That's the purpose of this period. So I don't want to hold anyone back in that regard.
I have questions if I could.
Supervisor Cox.
Thank you. The conversation that we just concluded, am I correct in assuming that this is what Director Plabani was asking for the clarity in? Okay. And then is that also the piece where you had said earlier, Trinity County is unique in the fact that we are being offered the ability to contest what, say, our own personal property was redesignated as?
Yeah, so most general plans, when you go through a redesignation, with the general plan land use designations, and those designations are changed, there typically isn't like a mass notification or a contesting feature. That's just it's not required by state law. It's not a typical process. Typically, you find that when you do a rezone effort through a zoning code update. There are requirements for noticing for rezones within so many 100 feet of a parcel. Individuals are notified. So what I had mentioned earlier is that this is a unique process because not every jurisdiction goes to this length to get the word out to notify that the general plan land use designation is changing and allowing community members to contest that change if they do not agree with it. So it is unique for an update of this size.
But when we go to that next layer where the zoning becomes an implementation of this, then that is normal to have this level of.
Yes. So any parcel that is going to undergo a rezone, the property owner gets a notification, like a formal notification. Adjacent parcels get a notification. I mean, that's going to be it's a large mass effort that'll go out. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then-
So it's almost twofold. It's happening twice, once through the general plan and once through the zone.
And then my last question,
Mhm.
referring back to the presentation where you were just describing the implementation program generally, I believe you had mentioned that within the plan, there will be a directive that every 5 years, I think you said, there will be a review to make sure that we are properly implementing the plan.
Correct.
And I think you said that's done only at the staff level.
Correct.
So my question there would be that that review process never goes to planning commission or the board?
When I say staff, when I say staff level, let me just clarify what I mean by that. I don't mean it doesn't go through decision maker hands. When I mean staff level, it doesn't require a consultant team to do a technical review of your general plan.
Okay.
It can be done through at county level. So it can start with the staff, the public, weigh in through planning commission and board. It doesn't require someone like myself to come in and do a review.
Understood. Thank you.
Adrian, go ahead.
Is there opportunity for public comment? I'm really curious if, we're going to have to produce an environmental document behind this general plan. Has there been an NOP filed? And if so, how, especially considering these Ag 1 parcels, we need the zoning code to be established to determine the uses of those parcels so that those impacts can be mitigated in the environmental document. And I just don't see, I have not heard of an NOP being issued. And here we are, we're saying this is going to be done next year. How long did just the cannabis EIR take? Years. And now we're looking at the whole general plan, and we haven't even done an NOP. We don't even have zoning code. You cannot describe the impacts. So how can you mitigate it? We don't have zoning code. So I know this is a general plan overlay discussion here, but this is a serious issue that we're having here. And I firmly believe at this point that we're going to need to extend some of these noticing period or comment periods, because we're digging ourselves deeper into this hole every moment that I'm sitting here listening. And I can't stay all day. I've got a series of meetings in Hayfork I need to go to today. So I really needed to get that out. We're unable to certify this document without an environmental impact report. We cannot do an environmental impact report without the zoning code. And please, I would like the board to direct staff and the consultants to extend these comment periods. Yeah, I don't know what else to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Brett, would you like to comment on that?
Yeah, I would like to weigh in on that. The public comment is factually correct. There is no NOP yet. The EIR has not started because the plan was just released. We're not at that point yet. The EIR will cover everything, including the zoning code, including the housing element, including the general plan. It hasn't started because the zoning hasn't gotten to that point. The zoning can't start because the public review draft was just released. So you can actually get into the specific zones that implement the general plan and the uses because we just released the general plan and we now have the land use designations in front of us. So you're not incorrect in that fact when it comes to the environmental impact report. Environmental impact reports on average take 9 to 11 months to prepare. That's to get to the public review draft stage of an EIR. We're just not there yet, and it has not started. So just want to clarify that there hasn't been a release of an NOP. None of that has started yet. The next step as part of this process is now that we have a public review draft general plan, there are study sessions attached to that to make sure that the board, the commission, the community is comfortable with this document moving forward before you prepare an EIR. The last thing you want to do is move forward a document where you go, hey, I think some things need to be tweaked before we actually spend the money on an EIR and evaluate all the environmental concerns or potential issues and mitigation tied to it. The public comment is correct. We haven't gotten to that point yet.
Understandable and good answer. I just wanted to know with the year you just mentioned, we'll say about what Adrian said, is this going to push this back any? You know, it seems like a lot of the things that I'm seeing here today or hearing here today are, we need more time, you know, especially with the permanency of what we're talking about. We need to get it right the first time. There's probably no going back on this, and it does last a considerably long time. So me as a supervisor, I would caution on the air of taking our time with this, not doing anything rushed or hurried. There's a lot of moving pieces in here, and as you can see, every time we have a meeting, something new comes up.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with that comment. This is a very complex project, a very complex process. This is not just a general plan that takes years to develop, years to put thought into and to implement, but you have a comprehensive zoning code that's never been done at the same time, the housing element and the community plans. The overall project process target is to have an adoption by summer 2025. It's about a 4-year process. That's a typical run for a general plan. Now, this is more than a general plan. I think the flexibility in where noticing periods go, time extensions in regards to public commenting, and whether that goes beyond that date is up for discussion at the county level. And I would have to default to county staff and county administration to facilitate that portion of whether it gets extended beyond that date. But I just will recount, it is a very complex process. And the length of time this takes is very, very typical.
So with this being as complex as it is, and just my driscoll say alone could be one of the full places that you study in your other areas of where you go. This is a very, very diverse and different county. Each district you go to has its unique situations, and I think we're starting to see some of these situations arise. I'm not the supervisor of the Pines, but I think there is, or Post Mountain, I think there is a lot of concern with what's going to happen there, and I think that may take a little bit longer than we think. I'm not even sure where to start with that, honestly. And I don't know where that's going to land. But trying to get that done in the time frame that we are thinking about, we need to get it right. We don't need to hurry things. And I'm not saying that you are, but it seems like every meeting that we have, new things come up. Like the lady mentioned here first, that the APN map is unreadable to most. I would like to see the public comment, if possible, start at the earliest when that is legible for the majority of the people here. And last night, I don't know how many people are at the meeting in Hayfork, we'll say 10. If they weren't there last night, they would never have realized the changes that happened between last night and this morning. And in this county being as vast as it is, we'll talk about District 5 having to drive 3 hours just to get to a meeting. Mm-hmm. If you are not present, you may not be informed. And that's something that kind of scares me.
Understood. And I'll default on timeline and project process.
If there is consensus from the board to look at the overall timeline, we can certainly do that. If there is consensus from the board to extend the current public comment period, we can do that as well, based upon when the more user-friendly map is out there. Let me repeat, the map that is out there right now, you can go find your general plan designation, not your proposed zoning designation, but your proposed general plan designation. You can go find that today, right now. But to make it more user-friendly, we are making some adjustments. And if it is the direction of the board, we can obviously extend the public comment period, the amount of time, whether it's to 10 days, which will probably be by the time we get that map out from the 16th, early next week, it'll probably be a 10-day extension. I've also heard in here today, that there would like to be more than a 60-day comment period. If that's the direction of the board, we can extend that out. But just understand that that's going to also extend out the end date of our possible, final adoption of this overall project. But we can go back and do some homework and bring forth, the exact timelines and what that would mean, at a future meeting if that's the desire.
And if I just may weigh in really quick, I do want to make one stipulation. If timelines get extended, and that's up to administration and the board, there is one component of this project, this multi-tiered, multifaceted project that cannot get extended, and that is the housing element.
Right.
The housing element is on a separate track that is has specific review deadlines by the state, by HCD, with state of California, that will have to move forward on its own track. That would be adopted on a specific timeframe that based on grant funding and legal compliance with the state, the county cannot stall a housing element. That will continue to move forward. So I just want to make that clear. If timelines do get extended, yes, the general plan potentially could get extended through timelines. The zoning can get extended. The community plans could get extended, but the housing element cannot. That would have to stay on its current trajectory.
Mr. Chair, I can weigh in here for a second before we start offering consensus on that. It's my understanding, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, but we have a 60-day comment period. That is not the last time people have an opportunity to speak to this. If you don't like your general plan designation, people will have until the day the board votes to adopt this to come before the board and say, I disagree. And the board will still have the ability to change those, correct?
That is correct. The reason why you have a comment period is in order to move on to the next phase of the project, you have to have some cap or some milestone to reach to move forward. Public comment can come in until the final vote on a plan. And changes can be made up until that final vote. So it's not to say that after the 60-day window, public comments cease to exist. They can't come in. The board won't see them. Commission won't see them. Not true. But we do have to have a stopping point in order to move to the next step. But comments are constantly coming in. That's how these processes work. We receive comments after the period. They still get cataloged. They still work their way up. So you are correct. Extending the comment period just keeps that formal window open longer, is what it does.
So Brent, with that being said, the public comment period will be printed somewhere from X date to X date, from August 16th to whatever. If we extend that will give the public a chance to realize that the 60-day notice is not really the 60-day notice. It could be a little bit longer than that.
So the 60-day notice is it technically is through the duration of the project. If there are concerns over that the 60 days, the formal period is too tight, we would just take that October 16th date and extend it. Is it 60 days? Is it 90 days? Is it 120? I'm not sure, but that just is the formal period extended, but the community can still submit comments, still weigh in after that. We don't stop the commenting.
I understand that. I'm just thinking about the general public who looks at something that says start now, end now, and you look at it 2 days after end now, and you go, man, I can't do something.
Well, at some point, an EIR would start, and you have to have comments in to start the EIR. So that's why if we said the commenting never ends, we don't give a cap. Where do you stop to start the EIR?
I agree. We just can't go on forever with that. But I do think that with the permanency of this and the continual unlocking of different things through these meetings that we're having, which are great, that it seems to me that possibly the comment period should be a little bit longer, keeping in mind that we don't want to set back the end date of this any further fiscally or for the general public.
If the comment period is extended, which I don't necessarily think is a bad thing based off of feedback, I don't think that's a bad thing at all. I think it opens the door for more public comment. But with the realization, if the comment period extends on the general plan or on the community plans, we've already talked about moving the community plans back, that end date has to move, because the EIR would essentially move back as well to allow the comment period. The zoning would move back to allow more public comment, because if the general plan land use designations are going to have some modifications to them, you don't want to start the zoning until there's an agreed direction in the policy document. So that end date for summer 2025 would need to get pushed. And there just needs to be a realization that needs to move back with it, just for full clarity.
Commissioner Fall, go ahead.
So to clarification, I thought you said if we moved the community meetings back, 10 days to 2 weeks, that interim movement would not affect the end date.
For the community
For
plans,
the
it would.
community plans.
A 2 week move, a 2 week shift is not monumental. But if we're saying we're going to go 90 days, 120 days on the policy document, yeah, the EIR can't move. So, and that's fine, but we just need to account for that on the back end, and that needs to shift as well. And that will come down to administration and the board.
Thank you, John.
Thank you, Chair Gogan. So as you guys are hearing, this general plan update and the way it affects everything in Trinity County is really a complex, multi-layered thing. And so I want to encourage a few things right now. Please extend the comment period to 120 days. And if the final deadline, the final adoption gets pushed back, well, that's fine, but we've got to get this right. It's been decades since we updated the general plan. This is one reason why. We had another attempt at updating the general plan that failed at the very last minute, wasted all that money. When the decision was made to do community plans first, there's two ways to do a general plan update. Okay, you can be top down or bottom up. When we decided to do the community plans first, that was to build it bottom up. Only they're not doing it bottom up. They're not doing the community plans first. It's essential that the input of the community plans get built into this from the ground floor. So, and the EIR could potentially affect other areas of county government and governance and businesses in huge implications. So we need to make sure that both the general plan zone designations and the zoning code and the EIR are tracking somewhat together. Yeah, I think Brent's right that GP comes first, sure, but they need to track more closely. Otherwise, we don't know what's around the corner. So I think extending the comment period to 120 days is an easy start. I think bringing the community plans up first is why we decided to include the community plans. They need to be considered, or these won't fit the communities. You've got to do that first. It's going to take a little more time. So I recommend prioritizing the housing element. You got to do that, right? Or you're subject to losing state funds for all kinds of useful stuff. Prioritize that housing plan. Get that sucker across the finish line, right? And then make sure we're getting this right. And you do that by including the community plans as the base layer. You do it by tracking the general plan designations and update along with the zoning code update and the accompanying EIR. Otherwise, this thing gets messier and messier the further down this path we get. So prioritize housing. Extend comment periods. Notify property owners of proposed changes of both general plan designation and proposed zoning changes well in advance. 120 days, 6 months, a year is not a long time in Trinity County. But you got to get this community and property owner input at the bottom level. Otherwise, this thing, we might be spending all this money and these guys might be doing all this work and it might not pass like the last time they tried.
Thank you very much. And I think that, I don't want to speak for the rest of the board, but I think that we know that the housing, needs to be done and it's prioritized that way. I'll leave it at that. Did you want to add any comments, Brent?
Yeah, if I can, the community plan addition, I think was a good one because at a fundamental level, the community plans are like mini general plans. I think the order that it's actually going in now is the correct order. The countywide general plan comes first. The community plans have to be consistent. So in order to wrap up the community plans, we need to know where the policy document is going. So I can understand having the community plans want to be at the base level, but think of that pyramid. The community plan is an implementing tool of the general plan. So the order that they are in right now is the right order because the community plan implements the policy here and expands upon it on a more specific, unique level. Otherwise, it would be like doing the zoning first. You're backing into the general plan. And that's that's the opposite of what we're looking to do. So I just want to make that clarity. The community plans are very important. I think they are tracking well, but you have to make sure that the land use designations in the general plan line up first before you can actually focus on the community level, which is like that next iteration, that implementation.
CEO Tuthill, do you know how long we can extend the comment period without pushing back the end date?
You can extend it about 2 weeks without pushing back the end date.
Anything over 14 days
is going to start pushing back your end date because of all the other integrated features we've been talking about.
And if we go past the end date fiscally, how does that fall on the county?
It starts to require more money for this general plan.
If I may weigh in here as well, I think too with the community plans, I think there's a way to sync that with the policy document as well. If we're pushing back the community plans, I think in this document remains active and open. When the community plans get released, I think there's the ability to sync that conversation between both entities at once. I think that makes it easier to talk through some of the items that have been discussed today, and that syncing is important. And that the syncing of that would happen within the next month or 2 months is when those plans were slated to come out, depending on where shifting goes. But when both of those, when you have the community plans and the general plan and you have them on the same table and looking at them, I think that makes ease of conversation.
I would just say for my input on consensus that we're going to look for, first of all, I don't think we should have that consensus without the chair being in the room so that we have all the minds in the same game. The one thing that I would think is that if this started technically on the 16th and we're at the 22nd and there was a significant change made last night, I can see restarting the 60-day comment period over today. I'm not in favor of going to 90 or 120 or 6 months or a year. We're going to have hard enough financial decisions to make here in just a few short weeks without adding to our financial stress in that manner. But I do think that what we had said before about the time to review the community plan sort of happening before those meetings happen, and that being the understanding that that does not affect our end date, correct? We had said.
If we push them out a few weeks, it should not affect the end of summer date next year.
A week to 10 days should be sufficient enough for people to look at it before they gather for the first time, considering that it's a first draft.
Correct. I will say it will take conversation to make sure that schedules align and make sure that there's not other community events that overlap that then decrease the potential of having community members attend. So
certainly. So other considerations.
There are some larger considerations to look when we're looking at scheduling something of that scale. Mm-hmm. There are 2 sets of these workshops that are going to happen, 8 of them.
But to the larger concerns that have been raised, it just seems to me in listening to all this that there has been some misunderstanding about what gets implemented when, so that when we're worried that an EIR hasn't been begun, we now understand that it couldn't be begun yet. And so to think that we have to push everything significantly forward, to me, isn't making sense. That we just need maybe better clarity on what layers on what and how those time frames lay out. And so for me, if I could see that on these awesome timeline graphs that you have lined out, if we could maybe have one more of those added in or point me to the one that I need to see so that I clearly understand, that would be helpful.
And I think too, I think what's important to take away from this conversation is the goal is to work out a majority of the details and all the majority of the specifics through this stage before you get to an adoption. That is the intent. So that's the intent of having these comment periods, is for the public to weigh in, the study sessions with the commission, the study sessions with the board to work out any agreements or disagreements, to come to some consensus on items, but before we get to that point. So I just want to make that clear, that the avenue that we're at right now is very typical. It's not atypical to have a meeting where we walk through it and get into the weeds like that, but it's important that we do have those discussions and work through them before we get to an adoption.
So Vice Chair Gogan, I would recommend that we, continue on with the briefing. There will be more comments come up. And then at the end, when Chair Lukewater is back, there'll be 4 here and we can get direction as far as extending any comment periods or any overall timeframes and have that discussion more at the end versus trying to make a decision halfway through the
Certainly, and I would
presentation.
request that at whatever point we take a break, that perhaps we could direct the CAO to brief the chair on the pieces of conversation that he's missed.
So Brent, in your professional opinion, how long can we push back the comment period without ending or adjusting the end date? As we all know, sitting up here, we are fiscally pretty strapped. So I don't think we can afford to go past the end date that we have now. But I'd like to have the comment period be as long as possible without affecting that.
I think that's something that I would need to look at a schedule a little bit further before I gave a definitive answer on that. But I can provide one to the CAO.
All right. I think we should wait for Chairman Lukewater to come back to add him in on that.
So are we just moving forward with our briefing then?
Since you reopened public comment, I do have 2 people on Zoom.
Go right ahead.
Patrick Kahn. Patrick, are you there?
Hello, can you hear me, board?
Yes.
Hi, my name's Patrick Kahn, and I've just been notified of this meeting, and I wanted to kind of see if I could gather any information about what's going on. I will not be able to attend the meeting this evening, so I had a question of whether or not it'll be on Zoom. I am one of those people who's a few hours away, so it is hard to make it to these meetings. I guess I'm a cultivator in the county and I have a CUP and I'm on a TPC, which is zoned its designation is RE. So I guess what I'm asking is this stuff is a lot of this stuff is over my head and I have a lot going on. So I'm wondering, do I really need to learn and be versed in all of the comings and goings of this new document? And my main question is as a cultivator in the county on a TPZ who has built out a legal dwelling, who has done everything the county has asked, am I in jeopardy of losing my license or not being able to get a renewal because of the work that you're doing? That's the main question I have. And I'm not educated enough at this point to know. I hear that there are concerns. And so here I am to ask, what should I be doing and what should I know about my business and keeping it up to date and functioning in Trinity County? Do you, my planners that I see there who have approved my project and my CUP unanimously, or the Board of Supervisors who have made my project possible many years ago, do you foresee me possibly losing my license because of the changes you're making? Those are my general questions, and I appreciate all the comments and the things that people are saying in this meeting, and I won't deny a lot of it's over my head. I do not understand it, and I have no problem educating myself and coming to this a little bit more educated. But my basic question is, as a business who is paying for this document, paying my taxes, has a housing element and a cannabis element, what do I need to know to protect my future operation? Thank you.
Steve L.
That's a great question, Pat, that the previous commenter just said, which is similar in line to mine, which is how do we get these questions answered? I've asked a couple of questions during my public comments and they just go into the void. I heard Catherine Sidman ask a really pertinent question about how are comments weighed? How is if I comment once, is it weighed the same as if I'm the same person commenting the same thing 5 times? Like, these questions are just going into the void and not being answered. Where do we get these questions answered definitively? Can this be public information? That, I think if you can allay some of these fears, like what Patrick just mentioned, that's my fear. That's why I'm here. That's why I'm going to keep coming to these. I have a business. I'm a cannabis cultivator on RR. I'm freaking out that the plan to eliminate cannabis cultivation in RR that has been published in newspapers, that has been openly discussed by community groups like the TAA, that this is what's coming to fruition, is that you're gonna destroy my business, everything I've invested, everything I've done, my life plan, my business plan, that you're working towards destroying it. And how do you, if that's not the case, I strongly suggest that the county or the planners or the consultants or somebody get that information out to us in a definitive form, because we're freaking out here that it looks like you're doing exactly what has been said you're going to do, which is eliminate all of our businesses in RR zones. And we ask questions during public comment and there's no answers, because I guess you can't answer every question, but there's not that many questions today. How do we get these questions answered? How do we find this public information for some of these? Who answers these questions with authority? And, I just heard you say that, you're going to flag the watershed for modification. Well, I want to be flagged for modification. How do I get flagged for modification of my zone? How do other people in my situation, how do we do that? And we're all coming from the same place. We're all here for the same reason. If you can address directly those concerns, not just address them, but something binding, something official that allays our concerns that you're not about to destroy all of our businesses. Otherwise, I'm still here. I'm driving to a work site. I'm listening to Zoom in between while I'm trying to work. And I'm going to stay here till my concerns are settled. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Mr. Vice Chair, can I kind of speak to that? Maybe try to lead our planning staff into giving some answers, because I think I've already heard that answer, but I think that there are answers to those questions. And I would say to Patrick, more likely than losing a cannabis license would be no longer being TPZ. So what we're talking about here is not taking somebody's ability to use their property, or Steve on RR would become an ag designation rather than an RR designation. That's what we're talking about here, right? Is not taking away the ability to use the property, but it'll be designated differently.
I would just say that Patrick's situation is like a unique circumstance. He has an approved conditional use permit for the cannabis activities that he's been approved for. Like, that's a very solid document, give you entitlement to use your property for a specific reason that has already been through the public process, already has a certified environmental document. We're not looking to reverse any entitlements we've already given. That's not the point of this process.
And TPZ is not a land use designation, but a zoning designation.
Correct. And it's highly protected.
Yeah.
Like, TPZ is not something that you change overnight. That is, it has a serious process to go through in order to get into or out of TPZ.
And also, before, when we were talking about RR at the very beginning of this presentation, I think it was Trent that said the RR parcels that were planned to be redesignated as ag parcels. That was the initial plan. So yes, cannabis would be no longer allowed in RR, but all of the people who are growing in RR would be designated as ag.
Correct.
Okay, so I don't know if that's a definitive enough answer, but to me that is the answer that
we have at this time.
Existing uses would be covered under a non-conforming use section. Our non-conforming use section is going to change. Like, that's not something. I am not satisfied with our current non-conforming use section. But I am not the whole leader of this process. We have zoning experts that have experience in other jurisdictions and they know how things can work better. So it's hard when we're in this situation, when we're trying to provide answers when we don't have the zoning code, right? So I can't give you an exact definitive answer. But I just wanted that to be out there.
And I do want to weigh in on this was brought up as well. All public comment is weighted equally, regardless of platform, regardless of how we receive it, whether it's via email, the comment page, here at a meeting, in a workshop, or hard copy. It is weighted equally across the board. If a public comment comes in 10 times and it's the same thing over 4 years, it's weighted equally. It's not disregarded. So I just want to make that clear. There is no weighting of public comment at all.
I'd just like to make a kind of a broad statement here, sorry, ma'am, that if anybody out there feels that their job, their livelihood may be in jeopardy, this is a large learning curve for all of us, supervisors, the public. Get involved, comment, get educated on this. This is, if it was me and my business, I would be showing up, I would be participating, I would be learning. This is going to be something that's permanent, and the involvement of the public and people that are concerned about their livelihood in the public should understand the gravity of what we're doing here and take that to heart and make sure that your voice is heard, your comments are read, and your participation counts here. This is planning 2050. So although I won't be around then, I think some of the folks might be. And if you want to get in and you want to have your voice heard, you need to get in. Sitting on the sidelines, and not that any of you are, sitting on the sidelines and waiting to see what happens to you is not going to be the best result for everybody. You want your voice to be heard. And I think that would be the best way to open up more discussion, like we have today, and, come up with more reasonable answers to the questions that do come up as we move through this learning process. So I would just implore people to get educated, participate as much as possible, ask questions, comment. All those things are valid. What Brett just said, as far as comments are weighted, that's a huge part of this. Participation also. And your questions here, we've had some questions from some good folks out here that, have changed the way this may work. We may have an extended comment period. That happened because there was people here that weighed in. So don't think that your showing up or your commenting goes unnoticed. What goes unnoticed is not showing up, not commenting, and not being present. And if you think your livelihood is on the line, I would suggest showing up, commenting, and being present as much as possible. I know it's difficult for some, but that would be my suggestion. And Supervisor Chairperson Lou Wiley, who said he'd be back in a half hour, apparently does not keep good track of time.
That's right.
Is it break time?
Are we at that point?
I have no clue.
Where are
Go
we?
ahead,
Where
Nick.
are we in the cycle, Brent?
I think he reopened.
We reopened public comments, so we need to allow. Okay, so please continue. Thank you.
Joan Carr, Lewiston. I just want to make sure my understanding is correct. So the general plan zoning that is on the PDF map, which is available online right now and is going to be clearer next week, is just like an overlay, right? There's going to be additional information on zoning that comes in the community plan, right? And then isn't there also going to be specific zoning that goes to APNs, presumably part of some kind of zoning ordinance that will occur after this general plan process? And each one of those has got a 60-day comment period, right? So that's 3 opportunities to comment on the zoning of your APN, correct?
I'm just making sure you finish. Is that?
That's my question.
Okay.
Is
All right.
that the correct understanding of how this rezoning is going to work when it comes down to my parcel.
So Brent and Trent, I'll let you take that clarification. Great question.
Almost
Close.
there.
Okay.
You're on the right track. But this is so again, we're two different things. We have the general plan, and the general plan is looking at redesignation of your general plan. That is the general plan is not an overlay. That is your base. That's the base allowable use of what your property can do and where it moves forward. So that's the process right now. There is a 60-day currently, as proposed in the 2050 draft right now, there's a 60-day comment period on the policy document and on whether you agree or disagree with the general plan designation for your parcel. So that's the general plan. The next step in the process in the zoning code update, there will be a rezone process once we get through this portion of the general plan. That will have its own commenting period, and the zoning implements whatever the general plan is. So for example, if your general plan land use designation is agricultural, you most likely will have a zone that is agriculture. One of the 5 zones or 6 zones that are agriculture. Which one? I'm not sure, the parcel specific, but those will need to be consistent. There'll be a comment period for that, but that's later in the process. But I think that there's still confusion over zoning and general plan. The general plan is the policy base. That's the policy that guides where the county goes. The zoning is your development regulations, what you can and cannot do on your property. They're 2 very different things. And the zoning implements the general
Okay,
plan.
then how does the community plan sync in with all that?
Sure. So
where in that process?
So the community plans still rely on the general plan land use designations. And the community plans will still rely on the zoning. So as of right now, we can't really proceed with the community plans in their entirety until we know where the general plan land use designations end up. And that's what we're working on right now.
But the community plan, which also has its own 60-day.
So the community,
right?
So
I'm sorry. Now we're getting into a dialogue and we don't have time for that. So I think we're going to take a break here in a minute as soon as we wrap up public comment. Perhaps we can grab each other and we can talk also about what kind of clarifications we may need to provide based on all this great input I just missed. Again, my apologies. Other public comment in the room.
Thanks. Adrian Keys again, just reflecting back onto the answers to Steve Lyons' questions about whether his business will, whether zone change, whether RR ban out, all of that. Supervisor Frazier infers that his parcel will be rezoned to agriculture.
Okay.
Can we have that on paper? Can you just go into the cannabis division, get those APNs and put them on the map as ag? And you will not have a bunch of people up here every single time you have one of these meetings asking the same questions, because we asked for a definitive answer, received one. Well, then why is that not included on the map? If that was already the direction that we were going,
okay.
It's very unclear. That did not add any clarity to the question at all. And then when we get beyond the general plan designation into the zoning, if we're talking like this Ag 5 designation, that's another layer. And I do understand the difference between a general plan and a zoning element. That's another layer for prohibitive regulation to be implemented. So if he's on 5 acres, is he going to have increased setbacks? Is he going to have a limited canopy? Is he going to have other restrictions on his ability to do infrastructure upgrades? Those are all still unanswered. So even if we could say guaranteed that his parcel will become ag zoned, and it's this Ag 5, without, he's going to just have to take that, I guess. That's as good as it's getting right now because we aren't into the zoning code. But when we get to the zoning code, are there other assurances that his business will be able to continue to operate the way it operates now and even possibly make improvements? And I'm not even talking about more canopy. I'm talking, because then our staff member brought up the non-conforming code section, and that seemed to be relative to Supervisor Frazier's comment. So will he be non-conforming in that area? And will he not be able to get other development permits related to his activities, like putting in an ADA bathroom, which could become a requirement, especially if he wanted to have employees? That's a development permit related to his cultivation. And so those questions need to be answered very clearly. And I understand we're going to have to go through the zoning piece first, but it's going to be very difficult for people to just sit on their hands waiting to find out what happens at some point next year. So that's my final comment. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. One question I have just to kind of address that is, what is the planned timing of when we wrap up the zoning ordinance and the general plan? How do those two line up? The wrap up dates, approval dates?
The entire completion of everything is currently summer 2025.
But will both of those be open until then?
Both of them would be open and until then, yes. I mean, the EIR would get prepared in between then as well. Yes.
Okay, because partially, and I understand there's multiple concerns that Adrian's raising, but partly is, well, if you decide this and it's done and this is still open, I don't really know what's happening to me until I see both. And what I'm hearing is, well, both will be closed at the same time. And so you'll know the full impact when we make those decisions.
Both will be closed at the same time, but they do stagger in preparation. I mean,
Yeah.
Community plans aren't out yet. The zoning isn't out yet, and they all tier off of each other. And I think that was part of the discussion, Chair, when you were at your other meeting that was going on about how all of those work and where overlapping and where we could improve efficiency and consistency between all of those moving parts. So it's clearer when they're all on the table.
Thank you. And then I just wanted to say too, when we say, will something be done? We can't speak to what will be done until we officially approve things, but we can have staff take action about things like marking the current permitted parcels on a map or something specific. So I just wanted to clarify the distinction about what we can and can't say absolutely yes to, because we have to have lots of votes and stuff along the way. But based on that, Trent or Brent, would you have any comments about that? Is there something already underway? Is it planned? Is it a problem?
Well, I think at the stage we're at, as far as identifying the general plan designation, that's where we're at. Once we get to the zoning and that zoning map is out, that's a good suggestion. And we can take that into account and incorporate that.
And just to reiterate, and this is what Supervisor Frazier was talking about and public comment was talking about. The allowability in cannabis is the proposed approach is to disallow it moving forward in RRL.
New.
But taking those parcels that currently have cannabis cultivation operation and redesignating them to ag. And that use would continue in operation because under ag, it is an allowed use. So we would basically move the designation. The corresponding zone wouldn't be RR anymore.
Right.
That would have to go to a ag zone that allows it. Yes, the map still needs tweaking. And I will admit the map still needs tweaking, as the plan will need tweaking along the way. So yes, but that is the case what Supervisor Frazier was talking about. Those RR designated under the general plan that have cannabis cultivation would go to a ag.
And that solves it. And again, as I was stepping in and hearing Adrian, the concern is, especially in the way that some aspects of this played out, is, we had something out there that stated one thing, then it got changed right before this meeting. And so people go, oh, was the rug pulled out from under us? And now there's this level of angst. And the sooner that we could show how the intent of what is planned would play out, the sooner that people could ground their either concerns or support in something that's a little more solid. So I think that's what I took away. And as soon as we wrap up general comment, we'll have a break and we can talk about what we can and can't do. I don't want to put people in the spot at the moment, but if you have something, go ahead.
One minor thing. Online, during the break that we had, there is a larger map that's been posted onto the website where you can zoom in. into areas. Now, that doesn't include the searchable address feature right now, but a larger map is online. It's on the homepage and on the documents page. I will point out that when you zoom in, the parcel lines are gray, and that's to delineate parcels. So in some areas, it may look like a parcel is all gray. It's not. It's just parcels are small when you zoom in. But we're working with staff to have that searchable version, which will clarify that, but just for the record.
Thank you for that update. Any other public comment in the room? Yes, ma'am.
I apologize for confusing the public further by mentioning the non-conforming section. There's been a lot of different ideas workshop to get to this point. And it looks like we're going into an agricultural direction. So that was an old idea lost in my head.
Thanks for clarifying. We are moving in flux. Any online?
Trinity Alps Canna.
Hi, I'm Rhoda Kane from Trinity Center, Coffee Creek area. It seems as though a decision has already been made to eliminate cannabis from RR or eliminate RR from cannabis or whatever. But when did that decision get made? Who made it? What was the criteria for that decision? Thanks.
Is that it, Rhoda?
Thanks.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
And I have no additional raised hands.
Okay. And I think the only thing I'll clarify there is no decisions made. A proposal was put forward. So with that, we will take a 10-minute break. Thank you.
No decision is going to be made for quite some time.
Download the new map.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Over.
You are back.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We are going to come back into session. We are on item 3, maybe out of 10 or something like that. I have an expectation that there might be less public comment on some of these other sections, but I probably will, unless there's some clarifying questions that we really feel like we should answer, I'm just going to try to stick to public comment in our normal mode, not have a give and take so that we can make sure we get through all this.
Understood.
But we'll see how that goes, and please take us forward.
We can get the PowerPoint on the test it. Let's make sure this works. Great. Okay, so moving on from land use. Our next element as part of the proposed 2050 general plan is economic development. So a snapshot of this element is divided into 5 sections. This one is only 2 existing policies. That's because the county currently does not have an economic development element. So majority of this is new. So 29 new policies within this element, and then 6 implementation programs which implement all policies. So all policies are tied to a program. That was a goal strived by county staff, and that is implemented throughout this effort. So what's changed? Well, technically almost everything. It's a completely new element, but I'm just going to go over 4 of the bigger pieces. First, there is an emphasis on community-based tourism. And I've listed some of the ones that were specifically noted here. I will tell you that based on the community workshops that started back in 2021, all the way through the 18 community plan meetings, the types of tourism listed here were brought up in different capacities in different areas. And so they are reflected here, and there is policy relating to them. There was the support to expand the allowance of home-based businesses and to diversify the local economy, the gig economy. And as part of that, these policies tee up future zoning changes, which get into the allowable uses, what is considered a home-based business, a cottage-based business, and so forth. But that is policy that is supported. They also support to encourage local manufacturing of goods and products, specifically those that are made, grown, built here in the county. It's not to say that you can't have outside products come in, but there's an emphasis to really try to support local where needed, because that's what keeps the economy thriving here. And then lastly, there are new goals and policies related to cannabis and the promotion of the strong local economy by improving standards as they relate to that industry. And that was a quick one, Chair.
Wow.
That is the economic development element.
Done, huh? Done and dusted. Okay, let's go to public comment. Any in the room? Any online?
I have no raised hands.
Planning commissioners? Yes, ma'am.
So when we had the community meeting in Trinity Center, one of the things we talked about, sorry, thank you. When we had the community meeting at Trinity Center, one of the things we talked about was the need to attract retirees in addition to tourism. So this whole economic development section does not discuss the need to attract retirees. And so I'm wondering if that could be added, because, I mean, someone mentioned earlier the volunteer-based nature of the county, and the bulk of our volunteers, at least in the North County, are all retired. And so things that you can do to attract retirees, I think, are important to our economy.
And may I ask a follow-up question to that? Commissioner Fall, are you looking to have that topic addressed countywide? You mentioned that it was done at the Trinity Center meeting, those were typically community specific, or was that just Trinity Center specific?
No, I think that's countywide. I mean, and I'm not sure if it's under maintain and enhance a viable economic base, that retirees are part of that, or if you just wanted to add it to the tourism section where you're attracting tourists and keeping them as retirees, however you want to add it. I think it does need to be in the general plan.
Understood. Thank you.
Other comments from planning commissioners? Do we? Yeah, we still have a quorum. I wanted to make sure.
I'd like to comment.
Yes, please.
There was no mention of outdoor activities. It doesn't say recreational, rafting, hiking, anything. It says cannabis and 2 other items. I know it says not that they're not exclusive, but heritage tourism, agritourism, cannabis tourism. But I thought we were all about recreation up here outside.
Please.
So I can follow up on that. I do want to make clear that what's shown in the PowerPoint, this is really high level. These are just key takeaways. We do have specific policies which do get into the related tourism, and I will point to goal ED2 and policy 2.1, which it gets into diversification of tourism and attractions. The first says recreation, including but not limited mountain biking trails, water sports, niche recreation, and so forth. If there are any additions to that list, we'd be glad to take comment on that, Ned.
Okay. Other planning commissioner comments? How about the board? Does the board support what we heard from the planning commissioners about adding, I mean, Brent explained there is something in the actual document itself, but at this summary level, is there anything that you want to make sure is added? No?
I think Don is right. The rafting tourism part of Trinity County is a lot bigger than most of us think. And it's for District 4, a big part of their income there for, at least 4 or 5 months of the year, if not longer. So I certainly don't want to overlook that.
I would like to know, excuse me, certainly not being familiar with your entire document yet. You said these are high level bullets that have just been sort of extracted from as just sort of things to note. So
It's a summary. It's a summary of the major changes.
Okay.
There's more change in what's shown there. I mean, if I went policy by policy, that would.
Okay. I would just say that the comments that have been made so far reflect what is, and we're to be looking at what will be. And so I see more than just the rafting piece that's missing from this.
Okay.
And would like to make sure that we've included all of our touristy come and get gritty in Trinity County types of activities on here.
And I think a modification to ED 2.1 to expand upon that list, I think that's where we can make some of those changes based off of the commission and board.
Okay, thank you.
And go ahead.
Just if we could get specific comments on that, we want to make sure that we're wrapping everything in just because we don't know everything.
Well, I'm looking at ED 2.1 and it's pretty comprehensive. It's the summary is what's not. And so it's like, if you look at this, it covers pretty much all.
It does. It does. But if there is a desire to specifically, for example, call out rafting within that first bullet, that is an edit we can make.
Sure.
We would just need to know that clear direction from the commission and the board about what changes.
And this document is and will be available online to people. So if they go in and if they want to read the Cliff Notes, they'll be seeing this.
So the PowerPoint today, the boards that were Hayfork last night, we wrote tonight, is a Cliff Note version.
Yeah.
This document is live online for consumption and review.
Okay, then I would encourage that these things that were highlighted, I think they're important enough to be added to this so that people, if they're thinking about, well, what is the Cliff Note version? It does include those very important aspects. If that board is consensus about that. And I think to Bella's question, it sounds, unless people want to comment, I think we just need to have the recreational without having an exhaustive list because that's covered in the actual document. But here we have that. And then the retirees for economic impact. Would that be sufficient? Okay, Carol?
I would
Commissioner
suggest
Fall?
that you maybe separate water sports and then provide a lot more detail because, in addition to rafting, the marinas, around the lake and all that kind of stuff are a big, economic boon for the North Lake. So there's a lot more detail in water sports if you wanted to break that out separately.
In the actual document.
Yeah, because marinas aren't in there either.
If I may ask just a clarifying question for my own knowledge in this process, what specifically or some examples do you see of the benefits of retirees coming into a community?
Well, they're bringing in money and they're not. Basically, that's it. Their input of money. Right? They get Social Security, they get pensions. I use services, but I bring a lot more money into the county that I spend. turn around and spend in the county.
And I would say that the volunteerism of them is far higher than just was mentioned as far as volunteer fire departments. The majority of the committees that we sit on as board members, if there's going to be people at the table participating in governance committee type advisory councils and these sorts of things, those are retirees because folks that are still in the workforce don't have that kind of time and flexibility.
There is high civic engagement.
Yes, thank you. Well put.
That's a great way to put it. Thank you.
And there is a section, I think that too, a lot of these topics are cross-cutting between the different elements. There is a section in the land use element on civic engagement. And I think that topic can float actually between both land use, civic engagement and participation and economic development. I think there's an opportunity.
Well, sorry.
Yes, ma'am.
It just seems like some acknowledgement of the economic input provided by retirees would be part of the economic development element.
And it might help just to follow up with any specific kind of comments or content that you'd like to have them express, but otherwise it sounds like they'll take it on. So don't feel like you have to, but if you want to, sounds like they'll welcome it. Okay. And then I just wanted to acknowledge what you were saying. I need to do the deeper dive, but as you said, there's many different kinds of home-based businesses from agriculture to running Etsy. I know there's some people that run Etsy businesses out of their home and roofers that use their property for storing their materials and all those sorts of things. So when you're looking at what we're going to have as ordinances and regulations and so forth, you're going to be trying to reflect that those might have very different requirements or parameters or expectations.
Correct. That would be addressed through the zoning ordinance update. Yeah.
The zoning ordinance update would do that.
Yeah, you can have policy which touches on home occupations, but getting into what are the specific allowable businesses that fall under that classification and their permissibility, that would happen in the zoning ordinance update.
Okay. What I'm reading in this is that in our general plan, we are trying to promote home-based businesses. We're trying to make it so it's like, if you have an idea to make money, go do it. Try to get some money from some other county and bring it here.
Correct. So the general plan from a policy perspective says the county supports it. Now, how do you support it? By implementing, regulations that are streamlined, cut the red tape to allow those businesses to flourish.
Yeah. And I think this is where obviously in most of this, the devil is in the details because the board heard at some point, or at least I did, concerns about someone who was basically creating their own used car lot on their residential property. And so other residents in that neighborhood were saying, look, you can have your own vehicles here, but now you have commercial traffic coming in and out because you're trying to sell these vehicles and it's not allowed on there. That's different than I'm selling Etsy out of my stuff and I go to the mailbox or the post office and ship them out. So those are the kinds of things where we'll have to get specific about what's allowed, what and how it can be allowed and all those sorts of things.
Correct.
Thank you.
That'll be next step.
Next step. Okay. Thank you. Let's move on. What you can,
Missed it.
we already had that. Go ahead.
Okay, next element. This is the public facility services and infrastructure element. So snapshot, this includes 10 unique sections, 4 existing policies. So the county currently doesn't have a public facilities services and infrastructure element. So this again is a substantial amount of new ones. So new policies, 44, and then 16 implementation programs. Again, each policy has an implementation program. So a program may implement several policies. So what are the key takeaways as part of this? So there's an emphasis on pursuing and maximizing funding mechanisms for capital improvement projects, overall maintenance, infrastructure, countywide. This is not community specific. There are new policies looking at adequate utility hookups for new development, making sure that it's there, it's adequate in regards to wastewater, water, et cetera. The expansion of broadband service is key, and the type of broadband service that works well for the county. We have heard through community workshops that certain networks aren't as feasible in mountainous regions. That's been brought up, and what kind of broadband service works best. Encouraging local manufacturing of goods. Here's a cross-cutting topic. This also ties back to economic development, so there's that connection between the two. Expanding emergency service accessibility across the county. And then there was the support of the creation of a countywide fire marshal. And that's a policy and a program for consideration. So I will note that a lot of these future slides get short because you're not going through a land use diagram. You're not going through changes. It's just key takeaways. And as I mentioned before, the details are in the document. So there's policies that get into the weeds per se.
Okay. So public comment on this section. Public facilities, services, and infrastructure.
Can you back the slide up one?
Any online?
I have no raised hands.
Thank you. Commissioners. Yes, ma'am.
Sorry. Well, I was just, the wastewater, where I am, there aren't any wastewater treatment systems. So the policy is looking at new development has to have connect to an existing wastewater facility if they're available. And then it says an on-site wastewater system, which I'm assuming is a septic tank, should only be approved in areas where the connection to the wastewater collection and treatment facility is deemed available and comply with CSD requirements. So our CSD doesn't deal with wastewater at all because there isn't any wastewater treatment system. Isn't it an environmental health requirement versus a CSD requirement?
So I put that in there because in your situation, I guess it just wouldn't apply. But there's other districts like the Trinity County Waterworks District 1, the Hayfork Water District, where if you want a private septic in the district, you have to go through a specific process with the district to allow that to happen. So I was just adding in some experienced knowledge with that specific case. If it doesn't work,
so maybe it's just
decision makers
comply with applicable CSD requirements.
Yep.
Because if there aren't any, then there aren't any.
not applicable. Yep.
And Commissioner Fall, can you please clarify the policy or goal that you're referring to?
PFSI 2.1.
Thank you.
I was reading. I told you.
Any other commissioner? Oh, yes, sir.
It talks about the support for the creation, countywide fire marshal and stuff like that. We talk about a lot of things, but it's like there's an element of like, where's all the money going to come from to implement some of this new stuff? Because truth of the matter is like my end of the county gets nothing. And it was like, we talk about doing stuff, and it was like, I was talking with Mr. Trent, that it's like, there's parts on our roads that still are just in rough shape and been that way for years. And it's like, the thing is, it was like, we talk about implement, and I know the funding comes from tax, the sales of gas tax and all that kind of stuff for the roads. But the thing is like, where are we gonna get the resources to implement some of this new stuff? Because it's like, I'm not seeing a whole lot out there that I don't see that we have just a plethora of money laying around that, and so that's one of my concerns.
Thank you. Did you want to say
Chair,
something?
could I address that real quick? So as commissioners, board members, public are reviewing these policies, there are more policies in here than what will more than likely end up in the final document. We intentionally put more policies in there for public consumption, for public feedback. We don't anticipate every one of these policies that are in there that will actually make it through the whole process. So we'd be looking at feedback, we'll be looking at prioritization as far as what we can put in there. As far as the funding goes, keep in mind that I totally agree with you that we don't have funding, we don't have any extra money, but this is a 30-year plan. We got to look down the road. We got to look past our current 5-year issues. We got to look, at that 10, 15, 20, 30-year time period as far as how some of these can be implemented. Believe me, amongst staff, we have talked extensively about how we would go and implement any of these policies today. But we got to take off our today hat and look at our multiple years into the future and what the intent of this policy is. So great comment. We'd be looking for your input on how to prioritize some of these policies that are in there. And if fire marshal is an important one, we think that's good for the county, that we would want to spend some time and effort thinking about how to do that countywide, let's leave it in there. Can we address it tomorrow, next year? Probably not. But maybe in 5 years, maybe multiple years down the road, we can have something figured out as far as a plan. Maybe something with CAL FIRE will change. Maybe something will change with other jurisdictions where we can jointly form some type of arrangement. But that's kind of the thought process behind this.
And if I may tear off of what Mr. Tuttle is saying, when you look at the implementation programs, there's in the draft policy document, there is a proposed funding mechanism or looking toward funding sources to implement these. So when you do look at the programs, take a look at those. For instance, there is a program that does deal with that specific topic of a countywide fire marshal position. It's PFSI 16. It does list potential funding mechanisms that could implement that if the board and the commission do decide to pursue that program and maintain it in the general plan. And every program does have a funding line item and a time frame line item. So some things are projected not to be on the docket per se for a good 10 to 15 years out. So I would just say take a look at that, and that might help with some of the questions.
Okay, because I haven't looked at it, but it's like that. I know that if you look at if the avenue that we're projecting is to just raise taxes or whatever, I have friends over there that are old or are there the retirement age and everything else, and it was like, and every time they're struggling every time the tax is raised. It's like they're like, I'm not sure how I'm going to be paying my property tax this year, and it was like, I don't know if that's how it is in other parts of the county, but I know my part of the county, it's there's not a lot of resources that are there, and it's like, and a lot of people are on very limited incomes. So that's just some of the thoughts that I have.
We'll shift to the board. Any comments or questions on this section? No, we'll move forward. Thank you.
Okay. Next element, conservation and open space. So this has 8 unique sections, 28 existing policies, 41 new policies, and 15 programs are tied to this. So what are the key takeaways from this specific element? The emphasis and recognition of the preservation and protection of sensitive habitats countywide, to support the development and conservation plans for wetlands and meadows countywide, new goals pertaining to air quality. Again, that's also tied to the air quality district up here, and making sure that there's consistency between the direction of the air quality district and the county. But that's not limited here, and I listed a few items that would have to be in compliance. If you've done project review, Planning Commission is familiar with this, and so is county staff. Emphasis on water resources, diversion, conservation, sediment control, and so forth. Not so much from a public utility perspective, but just a natural resource and biological resource perspective. Support of tribal consultation, that is required, state of California and federal. So it's solidifying that support as part of this plan. Tribal consultation is a requirement. When this plan goes public, we send this out to entities, agencies, jurisdictions. They review it. Tribal consultation is part of that, and they're also included as part of the EIR as well. And then expanded policies relating to agriculture and working land preservation, as well as timber production, crop production, and associated agricultural activities. Okay. That is the conservation and open space element.
Thank you. Any public comment on this section? Online?
I have no raised hands.
Okay, commissioners. Commissioner Fall, you're disappointing me here. How about on the board? The only thing that stood out to me, and again, I need to dig deeper into the document, is recycling. Does that fit here? Does it?
Recycling is in the process of recycling?
Well, yeah. I mean, if this is laying out things we want and how we want things to be.
Like through solid waste and recycling, is that what I want to make sure I'm
however it can happen. Right now, you can't recycle anything in the entire county.
So I would say that would be most pertinent in the element we talked about before this, which is public facilities and services.
Okay.
There is a solid waste section in there. Let me just flip to it real quick.
Pretty sure there's something on
green waste, construction materials. I think I don't see recycling called out specifically. It's not uncommon to have recycling policy or recycling program. So if that's something that the board is interested in noting as a potential addition, we can make note of that.
Okay, I'll check here in a minute. And just to clarify from my perspective this is mapping out what we want to be when we grow up versus where we are right now. I certainly sense throughout the county that there is a strong desire for any, and then robust recycling capabilities. And again, solid waste has its own limitations from financial standpoint, everything else. We have some local businesses trying to get things up and running, but to me, it would be a key part of our plan to at least have a goal towards getting there and make sure that we have the appropriate policies and regulations in to both support it, encourage it, and administer it.
Yeah, and in goal PFSI 3,
Yeah.
it does maximize recycling, but it's not mentioned elsewhere as part of it. There's a program which is a solid waste action plan. Recycling's not mentioned in there. I think there's ways to include that in some of the policies or have a standalone under goal 3.
Okay, well, that's at least my input, but supervisors, is that in line with your beliefs?
Is there 2 places we can go now to recycle cans and bottles in Trinity County?
None that I know of.
No, didn't CVS or
Right now.
Holiday.
Oh, you mean the mandated, if you sell this and there isn't recycling, then you have to?
Threshold.
Yeah, I think,
don't know if that's caught on. I know some people rejected the invite to do that.
And I will
guess
say
we-
there's one more PFSI 3.3 does mention the word, but I think we can bolster it.
okay, thank you.
We probably should have our own policy on it because it's such a huge issue.
Yeah, really, thank you for that. And it sounds like we're okay with you moving on that. And then, of course, we'll get public input and all for the rest. Thank you. All right, then we'll move on to the next section.
Okay. Onward to circulation. Circulation element includes 8 sections, 33 existing policies. So this is one of the elements that has a pretty balanced approach to existing policies the county has and new ones. Now, the existing policies, I will say, are not necessarily from your existing general plan. They can be from other planning related documents that deal with mobility and circulation that are carried forward for consistency. So prior plans prepared that are still active and that the county uses when evaluating projects. There are 40 new policies included in this element and then 14 implementation programs.
Before we jump into public comment, can you just set the stage for people to understand how does this tie in with regional transportation plans, active transit plans, all these other transportation related things that we do and the public has an opportunity to weigh in on versus what this is doing?
Yes. They all have to be consistent. They're all intertwined. So when preparing the circulation element, the consultant team and county staff evaluates the active transportation plan, other mobility plans to make sure that they are all cohesive. And there are policies and goals and programs that are pulled from those existing plans into the general plan to basically create that merge.
Okay. And again, this would be, everything has to be consistent with this.
Yes.
And
How do you then
necessity-based
keep,
then.
I'm sorry if I could.
No, please.
How do you keep this broad enough so that when those come before us, they have flexibility to make some changes? Do I understand the hierarchy correctly, that would be the goal? This would be a broader overarching document with big goals and large room for
Correct.
changes. Were there funding available to do those things on a 5-year cycle that we wish to?
So like an active transportation plan technically is like an implementing report or plan that feeds off of the overall direction of a general plan. That makes sense.
I think this just needs to, like you said, we just need to make sure this doesn't limit us with something going forward since
That's my
it's the
thought.
foundation. Okay. So let's go to public comment, see if there's other things that we need to address. Any online?
I have no raised hands.
Okay, commissioners.
Incorporate the county's snowplow policy. I didn't see it.
I would need to flip through this again, but if you didn't see it, I can try to confirm if it's there, and if it's not, be a comment to add that in.
I think both, the rating of which roads get plowed when, and then the most recent kind of addendum as far as emergency services.
Understood. Thank you.
Other commissioners? Okay, board? No? We can move on. Thank you.
Community health, as I had mentioned during the meeting today and at the community workshop last night in Hayfork, and I'll reiterate it tonight in Weaverville. This is an optional element. The state does not require a community health element, but this was board direction at the initiation of this project back in 2020, 2021. So there's 9 unique sections in here, 0 existing policies. This is completely new, 58 new ones. This element includes 17 programs proposed for consideration. So as part of the community health element, there's the support for expanded access to healthy food, goals related to diverse housing type services and activities for our aging senior population. Policies focused on social determinants, so at-risk youth programs and activities, family crisis services, homeless services, child care facilities that really address all age and income groups countywide. And then looking at what's called the safe and cohesive community. So it's looking at development standards and design standards for new development that comes in and ongoing property maintenance. It's pretty much an extension, if you've heard of CPTED or crime prevention through environmental design. It starts to tee up how you site and build development so that it doesn't cause any riffraff per se. And so that's part of it. A healthy community, you start to look holistically at the person, at development, and how that betters health and productivity in life.
Just noted you were looking at me when you said riffraff, so just
I need to make sure you heard.
Can you give an example again before we go into comment about requirement of ongoing property maintenance that is related to safe and cohesive communities?
Yeah, ongoing property maintenance would require that structures aren't left in disrepair or dilapidated. That would be a code enforcement issue. It could be even down to, like lead to hazard situations, whether that's fire related or so forth. That would be something that would work into administrative processes and development standards regulations that would be codified eventually.
Okay. And so this would set the stage for, if we so chose, to have perhaps regulations where they don't exist now to enforce some level of property maintenance that we can't currently require.
Correct. Or it would bolster what you have.
Okay. Thank you. All right. Public comment on this? Yes, John.
John Brower from Junction City, Trinity. I believe rates lowest in the state for health outcomes, highest in suicide, alcoholism, all this other negative stuff. So this needs to be taken seriously. It's tough for a county with no real revenue generation to take on something like that in a meaningful way. But the transportation plans continue to just kind of get rubber stamped with an adequate level of, say, medical transport is just infeasible. That is a shame. And with the remoteness and the condition of the roads and the long, and sometimes depending on what's going on with the weather that are fires that day, dangerous travel, it's an area that we need to do a lot better at. And what this looks good, but I don't have no idea how it would actually be implemented with no money. But I can tell you this: small things like what might be coming down the pike, closing the county libraries, that is those are gathering places for the elderly and the youth. And it would be a tragedy to close those. And I think would have negative impacts on health outcomes for the county. There's a lot of school age kids out there that spend a lot of time in the libraries, and it's a healthy thing for them to do. Otherwise, they'll be spending their time hanging out with what Brent described as riffraff, learning bad habits and doing things we'd rather they not do. And so don't know really how we implement this. Looks good on paper, but we've got to do a better job at this. We're the worst in the state by far. So let's try to find a way to do this in a way we can be proud of. Thanks.
Thank you. Any else in the room? Online?
Yes. Sorry. Steve L.
Yeah, just listening in still here. Just concerned anytime I hear anybody say we're creating a whole new layer, whole new section of regulations and government oversight. Just, I guess, a word of caution about just, over regulating the Jesus out of ourselves here. I personally have seen the impacts of overregulation in my own life. And, as we go through each of these sections, a word of caution to, slow down the overabundance of perhaps unnecessary regulations. I love community health. I hope for healthy communities and healthy food. Where does government regulation come into play versus just, self-governance? So thanks for listening.
Thank you.
Ben Kellogg.
I'll have to echo previous comment about overregulation. We should be getting out ahead and putting our own policies in place. And once the regulations come down, we can go back and say, but we have this and it's working and it's better than what you're doing. And usually local government trumps state, federal when it comes to that. One of the other things I'm not seeing on this page is, and throughout the document itself we've been saying this is a forward-thinking document. We need to stop looking at the next year, the next 3 years, the next 5 years. This is the next 20, 25, and 30. I don't see anywhere where we're putting down, we need a new hospital on this. This is one of these forward-thinking ideas that we should be planning for. Today, we need a new hospital in this county. And we're not thinking about these things in the next 30 years. That's troubling to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
I have no additional raised hands.
Okay. Commissioners? Supervisors?
Good point.
Yes.
Yeah. I'm looking through the senior aging in place. And so looking at how to say this nicely, dying in place. It's really important to me that people don't have to leave the area in order to get hospice services. And so I think a nod to that. And they entail, a large circumference of services within that, under that umbrella. But I'd like some verbiage about that as a goal.
As a policy under goal 8 is?
It's this, probably 9.3 seniors and aging in place. We talk about the quality of their life to be able to remain in their homes and age in place, but I'd like them to stay to their homes to end of life.
Understood.
Other supervisors? I do want to echo, some of the comments we heard and want to acknowledge that the county adopted a new component to the strategic plan this year, which was to establish a healthy community strategy. And sometime in the last couple of board meetings, I lose track. We had a great presentation from a portion of Health and Human Services that addressed much of that healthy strategy. So it's, again, for me, what I'm expecting here is this sort of sets the expectation. It sets what we're trying to have. And to the extent it says, and if we start to have some of these things, this is how we need to make sure we're ready to allow it, regulate it, support it, so forth. Is that fair?
Fair.
Okay. And the question that was raised about like the hospital, is that something that if that's what we believe in the next 30 years, we need a new hospital, that should be called out here? Or is that somehow addressed differently in a plan like this? Or this is not where those things get addressed?
I mean, not necessarily. I mean, I think that would be addressed here if like there was a county-owned facility and the county owned and operated it and the funding. If the hospital is a private entity, the county doesn't have the jurisdiction of whether it builds a new one or not. There could be a policy that supports ongoing discussion and collaboration of, the potential of a new hospital, or if the county could streamline development of a new hospital if and when the funding comes available through that private entity. But the county doesn't have the jurisdiction to build one necessarily.
The healthcare district.
But I think there's ways to include a policy topic, but we would need to finesse the language on it.
Okay. And I just think it's important, when people come up with these, I love that they're investing in themselves to make suggestions, and we don't want them to feel like, no, that's dismissed. It's just how does it or does it fit here? And if not, why does it not? So that we can pick it back up somewhere else if this isn't the place.
I think at a base minimum, we can work with county staff to find a way to mention it and give it a nod to how prevalent we can bring it back for consideration.
Okay, thank you. All right, we'll move on to the next section.
Actually,
yes, sir.
I wanted to jump into something here really quick. The policy CH 5.5. And now it's talking about restricting detrimental land uses. That's something you plan on doing at a zoning level, or is that something that we're going to need to create 14 different ordinances that each have their own setback requirements, and we end up in a
yeah, so that's typically done at a zoning level. So at a zoning level, when you examine allowable uses, their permit requirements, where certain uses could be allowed, that's where you would start to work in development standards for that. Most communities tackle that. A good example would be you could have a commercial, commercial uses are allowed, and there's commercial restricted uses, and they're both permitted differently. Some can be close to schools, some can't be close to schools. It's a very common way of handling uses. This policy in particular just tees up the discussion to start to evaluate maybe uses that require some distance restriction from sensitive uses in your zoning ordinance. Now, which uses would be under that consideration, that's completely up to the county at that time.
And we have some of that in place today, and this would be where that would be addressed going forward.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. Next section.
Moving on to the hazards and safety element. So 9 unique sections. There are 47 existing policies as part of this, 8 new ones, and 13 implementation programs. Key takeaways: there's expanded policies on countywide wildfire hazards, getting into fuel break maintenance, post-fire development, fire-wise communities. There is the support to continue balanced goods movement system to provide for safe and efficient movement of goods in a manner that supports economic well-being. There's policies relating to extreme heat events in the county, and expanded policies on overall emergency response and coordination with other local jurisdictions and/or agencies. And this is very high level. This entire element gets into man-made and natural disasters, flooding, seismic, wildfire, overall response to how you handle each of those instances and how you recover through mitigation.
Thank you. Public comment? Online?
I have no raised hands.
Commissioners? Yes, ma'am.
So figure, I think it's 10.1, which shows the difference between the federal response areas and the state response areas is incorrect. There is a DPA, a direct protection agreement, that supersedes kind of the standard way you delineate those. So the north part of the county is an FRA because there is a separate DPA. Sorry for the acronyms.
Can you please state what DPA is? Just
It's
for
a
record?
it's a direct protection agreement, and it's under the Cal OES Stafford Act.
Okay.
So there's an agreement between Cal Fire and the Forest Service that says all the private lands in the north part of the county, even though they're private lands, Cal Fire does not respond. The Forest Service is responsible for fire protection. So the maps, yeah, I think that needs to be clarified, who's responsible for responding, and the map doesn't show that.
There's also some of that in Southern Trinity, but same scenario.
Understood. And we can coordinate with county staff between commissioners and board members to update that map accordingly and make sure that the discussion reflects it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Others from the commission? Supervisors?
Okay. I have a question. What if we just flat don't agree with part of this, like 10.1, the statement about wildfire hazards? What if we disagree?
Are you pointing to a specific policy that I can look at?
Well, it's not a policy. This is a statement. It's the lead into our policies where it says, given rising temperatures and combined with changes in precipitation, we're going to have greater wildfires. I personally don't agree with that. I believe that the reason we have greater wildfire danger in Trinity County is because we have wildfire response that's inaccurate and it's wrong. Our greatest fire danger is because of fire suppression efforts that use drip torches. So if we don't agree with some of this, how do we address that?
If there's disagreement with, introductory text that goes into specific sections, you would note that disagreement, and then we would basically take that into consideration to strike or clarify. I mean, again, it's the county's plan. If there are statements in here that you go, I don't quite agree with maybe where that discussion is heading, we can remove it.
Okay. All right. I'm sure after I dig into this, I'll have way more comments on this section, but I'll try to save those for your website.
And if there, a general plan also relies on there are state requirements you have to meet through certain things. And if there's something that is flagged for removal that contradicts with the state is requiring that something is in a general plan, we'll make note of it to county staff, and that can be further discussion. So we'll obviously review all the edits that come in and work with the county staff on that.
Others from supervisors? One thing I wondered is, again, needed to have done a deeper dive before today, but when I see the excessive heat, it reminds me also of our 3-year of extreme drought period that we went through. And then there were water issues for many people. We had wells going dry, things like that. Is that also already addressed in here in some fashion that is appropriate under health and safety?
I believe it is, and I can look up the specific policy.
It's just an input that I think it's important enough. We definitely experienced a bit of concern about that.
But Carol, do you know where exactly we would find the direct protection agreements? Would Skylar have that?
It might. It's a Cal OES thing. I can send you. It's a big long federal act.
So if he's saying that also Southern Trinity has that, I want to figure if there's more, then we can capture that.
It's usually posted on the CAL FIRE and Cal OES websites, if you look at that. But there is a separate memo itself with the Forest Service and CAL FIRE, and I can get that.
And then back to the chair, was just made aware that this gets back to where I keep, it's not like a broken record, but cross-cutting between elements, they all overlap. Conservation Open Space Program number 4 deals with drought and water resources.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, next subject.
But we've made it to the last element, and this is noise. Noise, this is the smallest of the elements. So the noise element includes 4 sections, 6 existing policies, 8 new ones, 2 programs. The key takeaways is this is just focusing on limiting exposure to noise from different sources, transportation, temporary events, activities, construction, whether it's stationary noise, and then how noise is evaluated, reviewed, and then mitigated. This element is going to be directly tied to the county's municipal code, the zoning code, how you evaluate projects, how you measure it, and how you enforce.
Okay. Public comment in the room? Online?
I have no raised hands.
Commissioners? Supervisors? The thing that struck me when I heard this was, pickleball seems to be just the rage. And I remember hearing somewhere in Colorado, there was a community area that was putting a ban on any more pickleball places because of how raucous and noisy it was, which just made me laugh. But again, to each community and each entity and jurisdiction, what is it that you want? But that's the kind of thing that would be here, because I saw you had, temporary events, certain types of activities, all those sorts of things. And it's just interesting how those things can play out. Okay. It doesn't sound like we have any more feedback on that specific. So is there some other wrap up piece?
Yes.
Okay.
So if we can go back to the PowerPoint, please. I want to get back to the general plan commenting. So as it stands now, the general plan commenting on the public review draft began on August 16th when the public review draft was released. Is a 60-day public review through October 16th, 2024. Public comments are received in a multitude of ways. There is a comment feature on the Trinity 2050 website. Those comments, I've mentioned this since the first workshop back in 2021, go directly to my email and go to county staff. We log those in, and as an effort made by and confirmed by the board and commission today, we'll be actually posting all public comments that come in through the commenting feature on the website. Hard copy comments, if they're mailed, we provided the address here to Community Development Services at 530 Main Street here in Weaverville. Just remember that those would all need to be postmarked within the 60-day window of when they come in. Also, there is a new email set up, trinity2050@trinitycounty.org. That is was specifically created to accept public comments on the general plan, as well as accept public comment as it relates to the redesignation of parcels through the land use diagram that we spoke about at the beginning of this meeting. That email as well goes to myself and the consultant team and county staff, gets copies of those. Overall next steps, I did want to just recount that last night, the community of Hayfork had the daylighting of the plan before today's meeting. Tonight is a follow-up meeting identical to the one last night, but it's just up here in Weaverville. That's at 5:30 at the Veterans Hall. The 60-day public comment review, I'm just going to repeat it again, through October 16th. There's the initiation of the environmental impact report, which will begin as currently laid out later this fall. The zoning ordinance will also begin in earnest now that the public review draft is out. So now that we have land use designations that are put out in the proposed fashion, the zoning ordinance can proceed with identifying, implementing zones, allowable uses, development standards, and administrative processes that implement the general plan. Currently, I will mention there are the community plan workshops. Based on discussion today, those are going to be shifting so that we've already kind of outdated that bullet. And I'll probably defer to the CAO to continue that discussion on community plans moving forward. And that concludes my presentation today.
Okay. Just check, is there any public comment online?
I have no raised hands.
Oh, something in response. Oh, sorry.
Finished. I had a raised hand.
Okay.
Ben Kellogg.
I'm sorry, I stepped out to get something to eat when you guys were going over 10. Going back on the volunteer fire department scenario, I'm trying to understand, and maybe someone can reach out to me afterwards or tonight, but why is the fire departments in the county treated like the red-headed stepchild while most of our general fund goes to the sheriff? The volunteer fire departments have to subsidize themselves with bake sales and everything else. This is a forward-thinking document. Why isn't there a line item for, since we're all talking about wildfires and insurance, everyone has fire and pitchforks about their insurance getting canceled or doubled or tripled. Fire department's ISO rating is directly tied to their insurance premiums. The better fire department you have, the better ISO rating you have. The better ISO rating you have, the lower your insurance costs are. It's a win-win for everyone. So I'm wondering what's going on with the dismissive tone that I hear when I ask about what about creating a county fire department or merging everyone. It boggles my mind. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
I have no additional raised hands.
Okay. I just, in the spirit of what we've been doing today, we have a assistant fire chief now. Did you finally get off the hook for being full fire chief?
Yeah.
And we have our representative to the Fire Chiefs Association. Is there any comment that you'd like to make? Because I don't want us to be seen as dismissive, and it's valid that our fire departments are very important to us. It's obvious, but any comments you'd like to provide?
Well, he does have a good point. I mean, that we are totally volunteer. There are a few paid employees. So yeah, but I think it's mostly funding. It would take a tremendous amount of money to have paid fire departments. And so, so most rural communities do rely on volunteers who are retirees.
Was it Carol, am I right? I'm sorry, Commissioner Fall, is it average age of the North Lake is 65 years on the volunteer fire departments?
Yeah, correct. We have people who are 80. Our youngest one is 54. He's the baby.
Supervisor Cox, did you have anything you wanted to share?
Yeah, I just would add to that, you know, we are looking at alternate funding mechanisms for things that the county is not able to cover. And one that Supervisor Lutwell and I are looking into predominantly right now also does cover fire districts are allowed within that type of a funding structure. I was texting the fire chief even as we were having this conversation when the public comment was brought up the first time. So public commenter, please do not think anyone was being dismissive. We're copiously taking notes and considering all of these things, you know, deeply. So apologies if it comes across that way over Zoom. It's not the tenor in the room or in our minds at all. And, you know, fire chief is fully in support of that if there was funding for it. He says it's certainly needed. So I think all of these pieces together, you know, we just have to find our way one step at a time, and we're paddling underwater as fast as we can. And it may not look like anything's happening on top of the pond, but underneath our little duck waters are going as fast as they can. So the need is seen and appreciated, and we're working toward it. And so any comments that I just would support, any comments that get made toward that end, which I think we've said, we are looking long range, not tomorrow.
So does the board want staff to entertain a policy that would lean in that direction?
Well, I think something that was, I don't remember how, I don't have it in front of me right now, but language that was in the document about something else just looks toward it, would embrace whatever
a lot in there about supporting volunteer fire departments.
Seems like be more goal oriented.
Mhm.
And I think there should be acknowledgement too between OES with Philip Simi's help and others. The county have brought a lot of money to the fire departments, and they work hand in hand to identify what are those greatest needs. And then OES goes and works the grants and oversees them and manages the grants on behalf of the fire departments to get them those resources. But I think it's valid to say, if there's a goal that we make those fire departments less dependent upon bake sales, I think that's a fine goal.
I mean, it sounds like you guys already formed a task force. So it's like you're
well, it's specifically looking at funding sources, not specifically about fire departments. So I think the goal-oriented statement to reflect that public comment and other input, I think is great. Yes, ma'am. Okay.
So, I mean, I did read it does have language in there, the policy about supporting the fire departments, which I thought was excellent. And I also agree from a fire department standpoint that the county fire marshal is critical, because CAL FIRE has told me that they are not sure how long they will be able to provide that function. And so then we'll really be sunk. So yeah, and from the fire departments, just so Mr. Kellogg realizes, and I apologize if I sounded flip earlier, but the county does pay part of our workers' comp, which helps a great deal. They do funnel Title III money to the fire departments, which also helps buy equipment. And yeah, county OES has been very active in getting grants and directing those to the fire department. So they are supported, but just the basic cost of running a fire department, ours is over $100,000 a year, and we're a little one. And I don't know how the county would pick up that kind of cost.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so coming back to the commenting period and such, and I know that a lot took place in the almost hour that I had to step out for my other meeting. And I gather there was a bit of discussion about this. My sense from being able to talk to people a little bit is that what I would suggest, and see if we have board consensus, is that we reset the commenting period to end 60 days after the online tool is launched. So whenever it is, because we can't say exactly it's going to be Wednesday of next week, but we just say the clock starts over when that is launched. That we provide information to the Trinity Journal and post on the social media of the major groups information that a change was made to the document originally posted. So please look at the updated document to make sure that you're looking at the most current information. And also about this change that we're making about an online tool and the change in the period of noticing. And that we don't look to extend the overall process. I was hearing about requests for much, much longer extensions and or delays in the overall timeline. I don't support that myself, but I do support a change to this based on the availability of that tool that it sounds like will make it much more feasible for people to check out their parcel and see if they have something they really need to dig in on. So that's my thoughts. Is there?
I don't know that I would even go so far as to say that we should start over with the comment period or the comment period after that tool's launched, because if we're talking early next week, October 16th is still quite a while down the road. It is available right now. So if you were that concerned about it, but generally looking at that map, even as tiny as it is, they're pretty big color areas. It's not like you could mistake a 1 acre parcel next to a 1 acre parcel. They're the same color. So I don't see that there's that big of a issue there. Once people really dive into it, I don't think they're going to be as concerned. So I'm okay with the timeline we have now. A 60-day comment window is long. And like I brought up before, if somebody doesn't get in that time, it doesn't mean they don't get to comment. It just means that we're going to move forward with the next step, assuming that they can still come to the very last second and stand at the podium and ask us to change something. And we have the authority to change it. So it's not an end date in my mind.
Any other feedback?
I would meet you two in the middle, because I feel like the fact that there were portions of this document that were changed last night, today feels like the launching of the actual document, as you want people to read and review and provide comment to. So I would more support starting the timeline today and giving it 60 days there. To me, that feels fair.
Supervisor Gogan?
I have some concerns about the time frame of the whole thing here, the EIR and everything coming together. I don't know if this is the right forum to talk about it, but I think we're on a tight schedule here. I heard Brent said the EIR was going to take 11 months or so, and here we are. And I don't want to overstep your bounds or CEO Tudhill's bounds, but I think that we're squeezing things a little bit. Oh, I'm sorry.
Make sure they hear you.
So I'm concerned about not so much the public comment period, although I'd like that to be much longer. The general time frame for this whole thing to move through to its fruition and the IR getting done on time. And those are just my thoughts.
So you have no consensus in direction. So let's work on that a little bit more so that we can try to provide that for you.
Yeah, 3.
I will just say that if we had not reposted a change that is obviously created a lot of angst in the communities, then I would agree that we don't really need to reset. 60 days is quite a long time. I think the fact that we did and the way that has been perceived by people and actions and impact, intent and impact aren't always the same. I'm just looking to say, I don't anticipate that pushing that out 10 days, I'm expecting. You said you'll have this up in a week or so. We started on the 16th. I guess that would maybe be a 2-week delay. I'm assuming that's not going to have a major impact on our overall schedule. And yet I think it can have a major impact on people's perceptions of the county trying to do the right thing, truly being transparent, truly trying to give people the opportunity to weigh in. And an understanding that you and I might look at this and say, well, I'm going to look through it and I'm going to give my feedback and I don't need 60 days. Somebody else might look at it and say, I'm going to call my own community meetings, not me as a supervisor, but me as an individual. Adrian might be saying, oh, well, we need to rally the people and we really need to speak about this, but we need the time. And we've just, maybe taken off a couple of weeks for them to do that because the tool isn't there for them to all look at their parcels easily. And the original thing, as they were stating, made them think they were okay, and now they maybe don't think they're okay. So I just, that's the only reason. I'm not trying to argue for that. I'm trying to explain my positioning for it. And then I just think, again, we just need to give some consensus so the group can move forward with the direction. And planning commissioners, feel free to weigh back in on this. I know this is the board direction that we need to give, but you're in this process reviewing it earlier than we are when it comes to the final round.
I think Jill hit it right on the head. I think we should start it again today. I think that we don't have lots of time, even though we'd like to have lots of time. I think it's a fair correction to the whole thing and pretty simple and straightforward. Today's the day. We found out today.
Thank you, sir. Anybody else? You agree with that? Okay, well, we have planning commission consensus. So can we get in consensus with Supervisor Cox?
I would go along with that. I mean, it's not like the hill I'm going to die on. But I don't see any reason to extend it out that long, because generally when you get out toward you're only going to get public comments on the first day and the last day anyway. So whatever day those are where generally speaking, people either get it done quickly or they put it off to the last minute.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the four of us are now in alignment. Supervisor Cox, thanks for leading us there. Planning Commission, sharing your wisdom. The only other thing I would like to ask, just for clarity, for folks that might be listening in and for ourselves, there was the specific request of going into the maps and saying, here are the active cultivation licenses, the parcels for which there are active cultivation licenses, and we are identifying them so that that is clear and that they reflect this agricultural change if that is needed. Is that something that we have done, are doing, will do? When could we say it would be done? I'm just trying to get a sense of that, because what I heard from Adrian, who clearly has a strong connection with the community, is that that could really lower the temperatures a lot. So your thoughts?
That could be included as part of a mapping tool where, I mean, part of the, just going to dial back for a second. The redesignation portion that we were envisioning that will go live would allow you to search your parcel and then turn on and off the existing general plan and the new general plan so you can see what changed. That does have the ability to add other components to it. So we could add, if the GIS is available for that, a note that would highlight which parcels fall under that have an operating license. And you would be able to see that. I don't know if county staff wants to weigh in on that.
We've had historic concerns about like identifying publicly where licenses are exactly
Oh.
located so I don't think that
A map
well,
of-
so
I want to change the designation, but maybe not say that
right,
regulations
okay.
right here.
So just go in and make sure that the map does reflect the change to agriculture, if needed, for that parcel versus identifying it as a cultivation site.
I think it would be best for the director
I
of
think-
cannabis to weigh in too
Oh,
on this.
oh, did he leave?
He was back there, but he's gone.
Is he online?
But you know what I mean?
Yeah, I wasn't thinking about that, Bella. Thank you
And
for
it could be,
pointing out.
it could be a middle ground where we work with the director of cannabis and confirm their comfortability, and it could be basically redesignating those parcels that have a license to the ag, and that would clear
Yeah, right.
the area.
Because then they could go in and see, oh, okay, I'm ag now. I was rural residential. I can let go a little bit.
And they would be able to do the parcel search and see that change was made. Now, I do want to make clear, the zoning would not change yet. So the zoning on there is still going to be the existing zoning. We have not gotten into the zoning yet.
And we don't have what zones
What-
are
yeah.
applicable under those land use designations, which could be a number of zones.
And the other thing that if we're going to do that, it has to be made 100% positively clear to those people that that isn't approved at this point. Because it's like, yeah, I was redesignated as ag, but then the board says that doesn't fit, and they don't. It's
still
not
draft.
permanent.
It's draft until the board adopts the general plan.
But I agree.
But
We need
that
to keep
that has to be
emphasizing that.
clear, because if somebody thinks we made a decision today that they're redesignated ag, they need to be 100% clear. We have not.
And I think the messaging needs to be consistent on that. I think there'll most likely need to be some added disclaimers we can work with county staff on with that. And it needs to be clear as well. I'm going to go back. There is a general confusion on what is general plan and what is zoning. And the zoning is not ironed out yet. We're not there. And that needs to be made clear too, that that's not going to be ironed out for months.
Yeah. We're talking about designations.
We left the old matrix in there. So there's, that's where our starting point will be, was the existing zones as they are. But that's all we have right now.
Okay. And again, just to the point of the communication of the changes is this part of what you were suggesting, Supervisor Cox, of that we do take a proactive effort of making sure people know there was a change to what was posted. There is a change to the date, and there is a tool coming.
I think it could come out as a correction notice.
Okay.
That'll be clear. We can run it up through CAO and other administrative individuals, and that will go out right away.
Thank you.
I do want to, if we can, Chair, I do want to revisit the community plan meeting discussion based on the recommendation by Commissioner Fall, and the CAO can expand upon that, because that also has schedule implications.
Okay, please.
So just for clarity there, if we keep the current community plan dates that are advertised right now, we won't be able to provide those drafts like that 10 to 14 days before those dates. So we will need to push the dates of those community plan workshops at least 2 weeks, probably more, just for scheduling purposes, somewhere between 2 weeks and 30 days down the road, if we want to accommodate the request of supplying those community plans prior to those meetings, which is fine. We can absolutely do that if that's what the request is. We just need to then look at what that push will do for the overall incorporation of community plans as we start drafting the ordinance update and we start looking at all the other components coming together, what that may do to our longer term schedule. So if the direction is to, submit or adjust the community plan so we can have a draft document out prior to those workshops, we can do that. Then I would just ask that we can come back at a later date and look at the overall schedule and what that means, kind of where our comfort levels are, where our adjustments may be or not, for making sure we still have adequate time for multiple community engagements, multiple board and PC discussions. So we're not, messing up or jeopardizing our schedule in, late spring, early summer time period to bring this to fruition. When you layer on top of that, the EIR.
And my thought on that personally, sorry, Mr. Chair, is that I think that kind of the way I was understanding it is that initial meeting is an introduction to that community plan. So to me, I don't think we need to give a lot of time beforehand for people to go in and look at it, make assumptions that are incorrect, and then go to the meeting and try to have the meeting first, introduce them to them. Brent can explain it, and then they can dig into it. Then they can make their public comment. So they don't already have, it's easy to read one of those plans and see something that excites you and you get into a mess. And if it would have been explained beforehand, you wouldn't have that problem. And then you would have had a more productive public comment period. So I think that I'm good with having only 1 or 2 days for people to get a look at it and then go into it, get introduced to it, and then move forward, personally. But I'm not going to fight too hard on that.
So I guess my comment would be, if it doesn't mess up the overall schedule, let's give them a little more time. I got a lot of, I don't want to say heat, but a lot of talk about the 2-day notice from last night. And the change from last night to this morning. So I think if possible, and it doesn't throw off our whole schedule, and we can fit it in there, I would like to give as much time possible.
Is that currently the plan is to release the documents how soon before the meetings?
Week of.
For the first meetings?
Week of.
And
I think that's what Commissioner Fall was concerned about, was that if the first round of community workshops are scheduled for the week of the 16th of September, they would get released that Monday. The first workshops would be Wednesday. That the time in between wasn't long enough for people to actually thoroughly read it and come prepared to maybe have a discussion about it. And so part of the proposal is if we extend it, and this is what the CEO was discussing, if we release the document earlier, we can, but on the current schedule, we just need to push the meetings back because we couldn't prepare it faster, county staff review it, and get it out early in order to meet that. And it's not going to have major ramifications on schedule, but there is the potential down the road where the end date might have to shift some to account for that, but it's not detrimental in the long term.
And if it shifts out a week Is there any expectation or reason that the end date of everything would shift out more than a week?
I'm not sure that realistically looking at schedule, availability of venues, making sure that there are no other community events or meetings that would overlap that would not allow full participation. I'm not sure a week push is realistic. I think it's going to have to be in the 3 to 4 week window to push them out. It comes, I have to say, trying to schedule these meetings is extremely complicated. There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of different venues and a lot of different availabilities we have to plan for. So to say, well, we'll just push the meetings out a week, that might not work on venue. It might not work even, even with our availability, that might not work. So there's a lot of moving parts we have to look at and evaluate. I think there is the ability to hold the October meetings because we've held venues for those. They're already ready to go. So those can move forward. The September ones, if they shifted, we would need to look collectively at a schedule to see how we can shift that around. But it can be accommodated.
And so we're talking 4 and 4. There were 4 scheduled for September, 4 October.
Correct. So originally, if you remember, the ones done in November 2022 were done in a single week. We did them all at once, back to back to back nights. There were some concerns from community members, specifically those where their meetings fell on Friday nights and on the weekends, that wasn't a viable option. So at this route, what we did is we've worked this out with county staff to split them up. We did the same thing in March and April, and we're doing that same kind of sequence again. 4 and 4.
Well, I have a little bit different perspective than what I heard from Supervisor Frazier in that what happens in these meetings, just like what happened today, we did not go through every section. We went through the highlights. We went through the cliff notes of every section. And so if somebody really wants the opportunity to be in person and ask their questions or raise their concerns based on having read it and hearing what is being presented, that's tough with the depth of these documents and a day or two's time. I mean, I know I struggle with it as it is, getting bored, sometimes 1,400 pages of board materials on a Friday afternoon. And if I'm going to give staff any planning time to address all my questions, that means I'm spending the weekend doing it to read through every page and get ready. And I do, but it's hard, and that's my job. Versus, the general person who's out there, and they're going to come in, and theoretically these community plans are pretty important, and they're going to walk in, maybe even having a chance to scan it. They're going to get the overview discussion, and then later they're going to look at it in more depth, and the only input opportunity they have is online. Because we aren't having a second community meeting for every community, because now you've had a chance to look at it. So I completely get where Commissioner Fall is coming from about more time. I hate the idea of pushing things back a month, but I also hear what you're saying. It's like, it's not just, oh, well, a week later. Well, are you available? Or are you committed in another county? Are the sites available? Are all those things? I get it.
There are a lot of moving parts when it comes to that. And you want to make sure that certain areas don't overlap where community members might want to attend more than one if they don't necessarily reside directly in one of them. There's a lot of consideration that goes into pulling those off.
And so
Paul, you had something to say?
Yeah, well, just a couple points. I mean, I'm trying to avert people like the cannabis community who were concerned that they just got it and then they were providing comments. So, for some place like Trinity Center, poor internet connections, people can't go to the library and, look it up at the library like they do sometimes. So, I'm trying to avert that feeling that you really didn't want comments because you just dumped it on us, and then a couple days later we're supposed to say something intelligent. So that's one concern. The other is I realize you've got 4 meetings out of the 8 community plans within that 2-day period, but I think scheduling in Trinity Center can be worked out. I don't know about the other communities, but there's alternative venues if the UFAL isn't available, so we can figure all that out.
And I think that would be on a community by community level, and I think we can work with county staff to determine if there are alternative venues. There's just a lot of scheduling components that go into it, and I do agree the plans, giving more review on the plans. I think it's been made aware by the public, not just in person today, but in other meetings, that they would like a little bit more time to review. So I think that's a good option to do. I think we're just gonna have to coordinate on rescheduling the meetings that works best for everybody. And if there are alternative venues that the board or commission has in mind, we can coordinate with county staff on that and try to find alternative dates to work that out.
And I can get an alternative site in District 3 if needed. I know that's only one part of the moving parts, but you tell me the date and I'll make sure that we have somewhere to go.
Well, and so just to clarify from direction, it sounds like we're leaning towards, yes, provide more time, which we know will mean rescheduling the September meetings, that you will work to keep those as close to the dates that they, close in, not 3 to 4 weeks unless you absolutely have to. And then I guess what I'm looking for from the board is, if it's going to be a 3 or 4 week delay for whatever combination of reasons, are we saying so be it? Or are we saying, well, if it's going to be that much of a delay, stick with what you got?
From me, I think that we need to delay it if it's going to be the 3 to 4 weeks. And this isn't the type of delay, if I'm hearing correctly, it's going to push the entire plan and be costly. But I would like to give deference to people who really do want to read and participate well and not feel as though they were handed something they didn't have time to review. As long as what I thought was a week to 2 not being a problem, if that turning into 3 to 4, do I hear that that is going to be a problem that then has financial implications?
It could. I can't sit here and say that it absolutely won't. The farther we start pushing these things, it will start affecting the long-term schedule. And I know it just seems like a small little part of, one little thing, 2 weeks, but these all are interrelated. They all affect each other.
Yeah. Is there any possibility that the meetings that are already set for October can be piggybacked with the ones that need to be moved forward, so that somehow we do some kind of combining?
Are you talking about going back to the original model we did in November 22, where they're all in 1 week?
And I know that is labor intensive and exhausting. It's a marathon, but
I would need to look at the week in October and make sure that the rest of the week in October is available. Well, first on our schedule to make sure that we don't have things lined up.
Mhm.
And then that would need to be coordination with county staff to see if that would work all in one.
And I guess the other question I would like answered is, what is normally seen you guys do this all the time. We're experiencing this for the first time, really, ever. And I want to know what normal looks like. Are we asking to be so far outside of normal that it really is kind of asking for the world? Or is it we kind of do it both ways?
This is an extremely aggressive schedule to get this fully complete. From where we started about 6 months ago, yeah, we've been at this 4 years and all that whole long time period. But if you look at the big breaks that were in there, because of some significant events, either locally or in our country, when we really started this up in earnest until summer of next year, this is an extremely aggressive schedule.
And I appreciate knowing that. It isn't the question I was trying to ask. The one I was trying to ask was, would you normally in other projects for other jurisdictions, would you normally release a document and 2 days later have the meeting about that document?
Not typically. That's I
understand why you answered the way you did now. Thank you.
This gets down to just the schedule is, I think the way the CO laid out is an aggressive schedule with each of these plans, with the follow-up zoning ordinance. As of right now, the total adoption of the project is less than a year away now. That leaves a zoning code about 8 months for preparation. Typical zoning codes can take 2+ years to do when you go through a comprehensive code, and we're consolidating that into 8 months. So this is a very aggressive schedule to meet a target that's been laid out, and it's a difficult one. It's going to take coordination to get there. And so I always like to preach flexibility with these plans, because there are so many unforeseen things that can occur through a process. And flexibility is key to ensure that a product is delivered in a satisfactory way and meets the expectations of the community, and something that the Planning Commission is willing to recommend adoption and the board is willing to recommend for adoption. The zoning process, I can say, will probably be, I think, just as active and or if not more active than what the general plan process is going through, because you start to get into the nitty-gritty pieces of development standards and so forth. So those are just things I like to just keep in mind as we work forward through the process, and just leaving that room for flexibility and understanding.
Well, and what I would ask is, I mean, clearly we don't have funds to take on a big additional expense because we're making last minute changes. So there has to be a balancing act. I think representing our constituents, it's hard to go to somebody and say, we do this once every 25 years. We've been working on it for 2 or 3 years. It's a 4 or 5 year project, and we're giving you 24 hours notice on this particular part, which is super important to you. And so I would just ask that we look at what we can do with minimal impact financially, and leave it to the CAO to bring it back to the board if he feels like we can't afford to do something we want to do. I guess that's the way I look at it. And then going forward, I think there should just be an expectation that we are going to allow whatever it is, 3 to 5 business days, something like that, but between document release and meetings, and that we will provide 2 weeks notice. I think I heard Supervisor Gogan say earlier about those meetings coming up. Is that fair? People agree?
Kind of. If you were expecting them to provide 2 weeks notice about a meeting that they're trying to schedule 2 weeks out, it's kind of the day of. And so in this pivotal one, I might give them a little bit of grace.
Oh, in that particular case.
In this
Yeah,
particular case, yeah.
And I think what would be beneficial, at least from the consultant team side, and is if we can get some clear direction on the community plan meetings and where those are going to end up. That's our next step of engagement. We've already started noticing them. They're on the website. So if we're going to make that change, we should act on that now. And if we're going to shift that back, I think we can do that now. The overall scheduled discussion, I think that's an ongoing discussion, and I'm not sure if that's going to get solved at least at this meeting, but at least we can secure the next step and make sure that it's transparent as this is why these are getting moved. This is the reason we can put out the correction notice on the plan, restart it sounds like the 60 days is the comfort factor from the board and the commission, restart that 60-day notice, and then go from there and look and evaluate the schedule and the different components.
Everybody good with that? All right. Any other?
Did we ever
yes,
answer
sir.
his question though?
About which?
He wants about the community plan. So like, are we giving him direction to change those right now on the website or not? That would be the first consensus to come up with.
Tell us what you heard. Tell us what you think the direction is.
My perceived direction is that the community plan meetings would get moved, preferably closer. The September ones would remain as close as they can, but if there has to be a 3 or 4 week bump, that they do that. Investigate the October option of maybe combining them all in 1 week. If not, work with the commission staff and board to determine alternative locations and scheduling options.
Okay. I think the only thing I would personally would take off the table is doing them all in 1 week. We have basically one staff member.
It's a lot. Has
to run the county in that department for the most part, and every single night for 2 weeks or whatever that is.
That meeting set and was a hall in 2022.
Yeah, and we had more people then. Yeah. Okay. So that's the only
Understood.
thing I would say.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. And then the only thing I would add to that is just please give CAO Tuthill a heads up if, well, okay, we can make these extensions happen, but yeah, we do think this is going to cost another $30,000 because it's going to delay us and we're going to have to spend more time here and we're going to have to do this and that, so that he can come back to us and say, you sure you want to ask for that?
Understood.
I don't think we'll be able to, if we give direction to change those community plan meetings, so we're not going to have the ability to come back and unchange them. If we tell him he's going to reschedule, he's going to reschedule, whether it costs us $30,000 or not. We're giving him that direction right now. We can't take that back. That's the way I'm understanding it. If we tell him he's going to the website to change those dates now.
Moving the community plans does not necessarily have a fiscal impact because those plans are going to occur whether they occur on September 18th and 19th or October 10th and 11th. I think the fiscal implications come in from the expansion of the overall schedule, the potential. I'm not saying that would occur, but there's the potential, but not from necessarily the community plans moving because we would do them regardless whether they were next week or the following.
It's just whether or not we end up pushing our whole zoning ordinance and everything out another month.
And we're only asking you to change 4, not 8. And we're only asking you to change 4, not 8.
Just the September meetings. The October ones are set and we would move forward with those as is, just to not create any more confusion.
And there will be ample notice of when those documents drop to when those October meetings happen.
There will be plenty of notice.
Thank you. All right. Was there anything else that you needed the commission or the board to provide feedback on?
No, at this point, we will update the website this afternoon to change the 60-day comment period to start today, and we'll move out from there. So expect that, and we'll work with the CAO and county staff to get a correction notice out ASAP. Thank you.
I would just wrap up by saying thank you. I know a lot of preparation goes into all the background that's what you're presenting, but the actual presentation and preparation. And I think it was an excellent job of on the spot answering questions, taking input, helping us understand the right way to move forward. So I appreciate that to everyone involved in that process. Thank you very much. And hopefully we'll have some great meetings coming up in the future.
Yep. Thank you. And Bella for being the one person doing all that. You're certainly in the background there, but believe me, we see it. Thank you.
All right. Meeting adjourned. Thank you.